you, 'cause I'm so sick of my song. So tired of songs, so done with bullshit. She was still there. Said I'm so sick of love songs, suicide and slow. Why can't I know? Why can't I know? Said I'm so sick of love songs, so tired of tears, so done with bullshit. She was still there. Said I'm so sick of love songs, suicide and slow. Why can't I know? Why can't I know? I'm so sick of love songs, so done with bullshit. I still feel that I'm so sick of love songs. Why can't I know? Why can't I
Want to turn the music up. It goes one by one, even two by two. Everybody in the floor, let me show you how we do. Let's go. Dip it low, then you bring it up slow. Run it up one time, run it back once more. Come run, 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 run. Everybody move, run. Let me see you move, run. Rock it to the groove, run. Shake it to the movie, come to sun. Everybody in the club, and me a run, run. If you ready to move, say it, yeah. One time for your mind, say it, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm ready for you. Come, let me show you. You want to groove, I'ma show you how to move. Come.
Hey, I see it's two people up in the chat. Shout out to you. What's up? Great continuation. Shout out to Drake Cobb, nephew. What's up? Hey, Sharon. What's up, sis? Just tapping in, just tapping in. Live out, sis. I know we ain't got many people to share it out. So we share it out, yeah.
Run to the beat, come run, 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 run. Everybody move, run. Let me see you move, run. Rock it to the groove, run. Shake it to the moon because
I'm sharing it on my Facebook page. They don't never come in, but it's all good.
Move, say it, yeah. One time for you,
Put it out
say it,
here,
yeah.
y'all. Whatever
I'm
I
ready
can.
for you. Come, let me show you. You want to
Now that free music, I like that. At least, hey, Arthur, what's up? LT Mine, how y'all? Big continuation, what's up with y'all?
Okay, everybody get down if you feel me. But
I think I'm supposed to be in the conference call in a minute, y'all. I just simultaneously come on live.
Everybody get down if you feel me. Put your hands up to the ceiling. Everybody get down.
Y'all see all the drama going on behind a debate? And our friends, I told them to be beating up on their brothers. Y'all share the live out. Let's see if we get a couple more people up in here before I go in with where I'm going today. And I just liked it, and it didn't even show me that I liked it, y'all. It lit it up, but it didn't show me. You see, 0 is in the screen. 1 is 1. And I just opened it up and it left.
On me, baby, can you make a wish for me? Healing energy on me. When it's 11, I need it. Healing energy on me. Baby, can you make a wish for me? Something you should go and learn, still holding on to something you should go and learn, still holding on to something you should go and learn, still holding on to something you should go and learn, still holding on.
Can y'all hear me? What y'all hear in the chat? Can y'all hear me? I'm trying to get this music out the way now. It's kind of like got too much going. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear that music? Okay, you guys. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Let's see what we're working with now, y'all. Y'all good? Can y'all hear me? Y'all don't hear the music, but can you hear me? Yes. Okay. All right, you guys. How y'all doing? Great continuation to the how many of y'all it is in the chat is showing me one, showing me 3 on here and none on the phone. So a great continuation to y'all. Y'all know I'll be on a whole lot of stuff. And right now, I want to do this. because I saw some stuff and I just want to share it with you guys if I can. Okay, let's go. Let's go right here. Can we see the screen, y'all? Let's see what we got on the screen. Oh, snap. What I just said. Can y'all see that on the screen? Let's see, can I get it to play now? Okay.
There is a new $40,000 whole life insurance policy with no 2-year waiting period that is out right now that'll make sure that all of your funeral and
emphasize perfect. Now, if you do want to become a member, the link is
Okay,
in the
can y'all
description.
hear that? It
Lots of
seems
goodies.
very low to me.
I
Can
think
y'all
I
hear
make
that?
members
I might
only
have to put it on the
videos
TV.
3 times a
Y'all
week.
can't hear it. I'll
Edited
put it on the
videos.
TV and make
A lot
it
of
loud.
my lives, they're only open to the public for maybe a week or so. But I
Are we
digress.
able to hear this?
Number one in the building of this
Are we
perfect
able to
trifecta
see
is
it?
none other than Baby Girl. She says,
Y'all
it's going
see
to be
what
good.
it is, right? The
Yes,
rise and the
indeed.
fall of the
Shout out to
Moors,
you. I'm
right?
grateful, I'm humbled, I'm honored. Number 2 in the building, it's Robert Johnson. He says, what up, though? If you know
There's gonna be
anything
some
about the language,
some
you know
problems,
that
but
he's from
y'all,
the
I'm gonna do
313.
this.
Detroit, put some respect on his name, peace and love.
Okay.
Number 3 in the building, it's my good sister,
Hold on.
Truth
Gonna speak to
Be
Eric.
Told channel. And the only reason I had that moment, because I wanted to add something else to it. Good sister, Queen Mother Matriarch.
Shout out to D Calico. How you doing, D Calico? Minister of Information. Shout out to y'all for the good work y'all doing. I appreciate it.
You know,
Sure.
further back we go.
Okay, so we're gonna start right here, y'all.
Excellent. Excellent. So, with that said, there are no. Okay, I'm sorry. Did I download the video?
Have
I'm sitting here
anybody
talking
seen
my
this
head
video
off.
yet?
Hold on 2
It's
seconds.
fresh
I guess
off
I can
the
let y'all see
press. They just got
what I
through
be
with
doing
it,
over
so I'm
here.
coming with it.
Download Instagram
Y'all, we finna
video.
find out how a lot of stuff happened, y'all. It makes sense.
And I'll be doing this all day. Let's see if I got it. Close. There we go. Yeah, that's what I be doing all day. So
They better, them men
y'all
better
can
at
kinda
it than
see
I am. I swear they are.
how I be tricking the system.
Shout out to the photos in the chat. I appreciate
Hold on.
y'all because y'all could be anywhere.
Yeah, it is going to
doing
work. Excellent. I just had to check real
But I
quick.
appreciate y'all being here with me trying to find
Let's
out
see if I
what we
got
got to do or what has
Stop.
happened to us.
Go back to that.
Thank y'all.
All right, so Jamaica doesn't speak patois before the 1700s. We confirmed that. So the question is probably going to be, in terms of the listening audience, what does this have to do with the Moors? If that's a legitimate question, press 111. I'm sorry, 000. 000. She says the Moors were expelled to Jamaica. How did you know that? The troglodyte did not have a language. They spoke gibberish. Look it up. It's called Ooga Booga. I'm not
Y'all,
being funny.
y'all, come on, y'all. We gotta
I'm
follow
not
this, y'all. 'Cause
being
we gotta
funny,
find out how
sis.
we got here, please, y'all.
The language they spoke was called
is
Ooga
good.
Booga, not gibberish. But outside of that, I'm just kind of splitting hairs at this point. Gibberish, Ooga Booga is technically the same thing, but whatever. The thing I'm very impressed with is how sis knew that the Jamaicans were expelled. I'm sorry, the Moors were expelled to Jamaica.
See, have anybody ever heard that the Moors was expelled
The
to
Moors
Jamaica?
I'm pretty
marooned
sure
in
she's
Jamaica.
familiar with the Maroons in that case.
All right, you guys, you see what I'm
sure
saying?
she is. She's very educated.
Moors
So
expelled in Jamaica?
I can't be
For real?
surprised. With that said, so Jamaica.
Let's see what my chat talking about.
Let me pull the video back up.
Ooga
This is
booga
why
good.
Scottish people sound like Jamaicans.
Okay.
I can't pause
This
it.
is why Scottish people sound like Jamaicans. The Scottish and
Captain
Irish
Sound.
were enslaved. They actually helped to build New York City and a lot of America.
Y'all
The
hear
Scottish slaves traveled to
I don't know how to
America
mute the
as well
sound.
as the
y'all.
Caribbean.
We
And
got
this
to
is
know.
why
All right,
We got to know
we
what.
got it, but I'm not gonna play it right now. So basically, what happens is he said in this video, and he was right, but he was wrong. The Jamaicans don't sound like the Scottish. The Scottish sound like
Like the
Jamaicans.
Jamaicans.
I've said a lot.
Yeah.
Let me pause. Let me breathe. What do you think, brother?
Yeah, we about to get started. You know, we about to start
Y'all, we
cooking
about to get
at
started
that
over
point
here,
right
y'all.
there.
This about to be real good,
because,
y'all. I promise you.
You know, he has that European perspective, so he thinks this accent is solely coming from the Irishman, and I'm sure he thinks the Irishman looks like him with the red
And
hair.
that's the issue. Does the Irishman look like him?
Or leprechauns, so to speak. Do they look like the leprechauns we've learned about?
Well, we learned about leprechauns.
Correct.
No, but those were
obviously orange
stories
hair,
they gave us about the
pale man.
leprechauns, right?
Correct. So now, the reason why
Shout out to
the
the one that just
Jamaicans
dropped up
sound
in here. How you
Scottish
doing? Great continuation.
is, and here, let me see if I can just share.
We're gonna find out today who our ancestors are, y'all. They all our ancestors.
Calico
We
and
can't
I
be, I mean, for
are going to
real.
walk backwards,
We got to
and
find this out.
hopefully you guys know how to
Salute,
walk
Milestone
backwards
Thoughts.
too.
How you doing, love?
The
Great to
reason
see you.
Jamaicans sound Irish is because Ireland was originally inhabited by Black people.
Come on, y'all.
If that sounds a little bit, if you've never heard that before, press 111. The reason Irish people sound, or the reason Jamaican people sound Irish, is because the original Irish people were Black people. The Jamaicans were the original Black people when they were in that island, but they weren't called Jamaicans when they were in that island. If you've never heard that story, press 111.
Never heard it. 111.
And this person cannot say that. She can't press 111. She already knows the story.
Yeah, she knows the story.
But for the rest of the family, if you've never heard that story, of course you're going to press 111.
The
So now,
yeah.
Let's skip forward a little bit. D Calico, can you tell me about the cataclysmic events overall, and then we'll go and focus on this particular one. But let's just speak in general. Cataclysmic events. What do you say?
Yeah,
they were Black.
Yeah, that will lead us to the foundation of Ireland. Because legend has it that Ireland was established after the Great Flood.
Whoa, back up. You're going too fast.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
that's already that's at the beginning of the line. Yeah, my bad. We had the flag, right?
Well, you know what? You opened that door. Let's walk through it. Finish your thought, and then I'll go a little further back. Please continue.
Yeah, the origin of Ireland starts after the Great Flood. Legend has it, and it said that the survivors of the Great Flood landed in what was known as ancient Hibernia. So what we call in Ireland anciently was known as Hibernia. And I try to get people to remember these certain principles, but in the ancient world, the letter H meant the. This is why you're finding it in the beginning of words.
Yeah.
Even if we say Hindu, Hibernia, Hebrew, whatever the word is, the H meant the. That's why Hebrew would be the Hebrew. Hindu would be the Hindu. So Hibernia is the Iberians, or should I say Iberians? Like where we get the word Iberian Peninsula. So these ancient Hibernians would have been the original
I see that.
Hebrews.
Hiber. I see that.
And I'm gonna let Crumb definitely let you know who these people are, further.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. So let me just fact check you real quick. Do you mind? Hopefully, I'm not offending you.
No, never, never, never. I love it.
Hibernia.
Can y'all see that
So I
word,
fact checked you.
Hibernia? Let me see. Let me make it
And
big.
Skynet said, yeah, D.
Y'all
Calico
see
was
it?
right. Hibernia
Hibernia.
is the classical Latin name
For
for Ireland.
gosh.
The name may have originated from the Greek geographical accounts and was adopted by the Romans. Some believe the name is related to the Latin word hibernus, meaning wintry, possibly referring to the island's climate,
Now let me
which
just
that's
say
not
this
true.
right here, though. Y'all remember
So now,
we supposed to be speaking Latin
when we're
because Greek
dealing
and
with
Roman is
Hibernia
fictitious stuff they done made
and
up
the
too, right?
cataclysmic event,
Yeah.
this is what I was trying to get out of D. Calico, but I'll say it in front of everybody. So anytime I'm on the phone with D. Calico,
Wintry.
he'll talk about these cataclysmic events like a broken record. Let's just be honest. And he'll tell you there were many, many cataclysmic events. Now, just for anybody who's not clear, and me, I was one of those people who's not clear what D. Calico means when he says cataclysmic event, he's talking about a great flood. Something happened
That's
and the
my
result
cousin
was a
right
great
there, y'all.
flood.
He know a lot.
The other cataclysmic
Very
event
young scholar right there.
outside of the great
Ice
flood
cold.
is going to be
Shout out to
when
you,
a
cousin.
huge meteor hits the earth and causes a great cold. The whole earth gets cold as a cataclysmic event. The whole world gets wet, cataclysmic event. Global warming, the whole world gets hot, cataclysmic event, but mostly flooding. And I want to talk about it like a Bible story without the Bible and zoom out. There's a great flood. Oh, crime. Yeah, yeah. God. No.
No.
Aliens.
Aliens. No.
Aliens
How about?
created a great flood. There were 3 aliens.
Okay.
D. Calico, can you tell me the name of these 3 aliens? Because God is an alien. I don't care what nobody say. Can you tell me the name of these 3 aliens?
Y'all.
Shoot, I'm ready to be enlightened, brother. Maybe if you tell me one, I can I catch up.
D. Calico.
I'll tell you one of them.
D.
You tell me the other 3.
Mm-hmm.
One of the aliens who detonates the bomb, he don't like humans.
Detonating bombs.
They call him Yahweh, but his real name, according to Zechariah Stitchin,
is Enlil.
See, Enlil,
Enlil.
Inky and Enlil.
Yep.
Inky,
Enlil.
Enlil,
Inky.
and Yinsagur. All of them. Okay, he's going into the Anunnaki. He's talking about the Anunnaki
calling
that
him
they
Yahweh,
brought up.
Enlil.
Anybody know about those Anunnaki?
So now,
y'all familiar with the Anunnakis? I know
Inky
you are. You got to
creates-
check out the fight.
we're talking about Hibernia right now,
from
family.
Northern
What the
Northern
minister,
Ireland, after
I'm
King
sorry, please
James
forgive me.
put Irish.
What D. Calico
Oh,
just
okay.
brought up is Hibernia. There's a long story behind it, and I'm going to
Oh
give you
yeah,
the
it sounds like
condensed
a
version.
connection.
The,
Because we done took
what is it called when
everything
you get
as
the
a
short
biblical
version?
story when it's not really a biblical
Yeah, it's
story.
condensed.
It really is some stuff that really
summary.
happened. But they done gave it to
We'll
us in a
summarize it,
biblical
you
story
know,
and we
something of
threw
that
it out
nature.
with the bathwater, the baby.
So now,
Yeah. Charles Johnson, how you doing,
Enlil
love? Great to see you.
creates the 5
Thanks
race.
for coming
Well,
over.
Enlil, if you believe the story,
Always
creates
catch you on the
4
back. You always catch me on the end. Thank
types of
you.
human. Enlil is
Always
an
positive
extraterrestrial.
education. Always
Extraterrestrial
Charles
means
elevation.
not from
Always
the earth.
Charles Johnson.
He creates
So that was my
4
mom's husband's name,
kind, 4 types of humans.
and I hate him. Nah, well,
Then
I
he has a
dislike him
relationship
very much.
with the inter.
And I just realized that was your
You
name.
got the terrestrials, which is you and me.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrials, which is outer space.
That's awesome.
Interterrestrials, which is the ones who live inside the planet.
Small Irish English.
There are aliens living inside the planet.
Definitely.
If you are an
Definitely
Aboriginal
they do.
or you think your people come from America, the family on the West Coast already told you that.
Shout out to the 70s in the
So
chat,
if you don't believe in
y'all.
reptilians living
Hope
in the inner
y'all
earth, You gonna have to
Why
argue with
we
the
are coming here?
ancestors.
Because
I'm not arguing
we
with
putting
nobody about
puzzle
that.
pieces together here
So
over here.
the story is the extraterrestrials created 4 of the 5 root human races. The inner reptilians created the 5th one, which wasn't as good as the other 4, but Enki was on a time date and he was sneaking around because he wasn't supposed to be doing that anyway. And he had to just take it. Enlil finally finds out that Enki created 5 human races, and Enlil is pissed. He's pissed. His daddy is pissed. The I'll leave it there. So now,
What about his mama?
these 5 races,
What?
one of the races is in Europe. This is
Are y'all
the
hearing this story?
Neanderthal, the caveman, whatever.
Let me see. Can I
The
stop
second
this?
race
I don't like to talk over him.
is in
Let me see.
between the Tigris and Euphrates. Where's that at? Between the Tigris and Euphrates. What is between the Tigris and Euphrates? What city? The very first city of the Akkadian Empire. Well, it starts with the S. No, it doesn't start with the S. Anyway, whatever the very first city of the Akkadian Empire, that's where the first city. That's where he first went. Akkadian Empire.
Let me ask y'all something. Everybody in here knows about the Anunnaki, I'm almost sure, because we wouldn't even be where we at now if we didn't know about the stories of Zachariah Stitchem, Madame Blavatsky, and what's that other man name? Aleister Crowley. All of these Anunnaki stories, the creation story, the Yakub, the big head science story, the stories of us creating these people, and we being the creators and the progenitor of these people. So this is where Crom is going right now. Excuse me. And he's showing how that the stories of Enki and Enlil and how they claim that they created these people, right? They never, what did he say? They never talk about the woman. Absolutely. You heard him then. I'm like, well, what about the mama? Everybody was mad about the mama, where the mama was. But these are stories that they have given us to try to show us how these people was created, these other, what my sister Sharon called them, colorless people. So, however they really was created, they here with us. Let's be clear. They're here with us. And we're going to find out some more stuff right here, right now. Let's go, y'all. This is a very good one because I got some more stuff to add to this based on what we've been taught and what we've been given about Moors and Moorish this and that, okay? So y'all bear with me over here, okay?
Fire.
Here we go.
The very first city. You know what? I'm not going to do it. No, sir.
I'm not to see her.
Yeah. What was the very first city of the Akkadian Empire?
That's Akkad in the Bible. The Akkadian Empire is Akkad in the Bible.
It's at the very
right?
bottom.
We're not doing Bible.
It's at the very bottom of the map. Is one of the cities, but it's not the very first one.
From us through
very
some of
first
these
city
books,
was
right?
Sumer. That's it. Sumer.
Ancient Sumer.
Sumer was the very first city. I knew it started with an S. So now, one of the cities is Sumer. Oh, wrong one. Another city is somewhere in Europe. The third one is the island of Atlantis. The fourth one is China. The fifth one is the island or the land of Mu. Mu, Atlantis, Europe, Sumer, China. These were the 5 places where the root races were placed after Enki created them.
Did y'all get those names? I didn't get them.
It's just a story. If you believe in this type of thing,
China.
it's Sumer. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Listen, if you
all
keep
this
getting stuff right,
Asiatic
you're gonna have to
stuff,
come on
y'all
the
remember the Asiatic black man situation, right?
Clearly, you are in the wrong place. You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be up here with me and D Calico. I digress. He creates them. Enlil finds out, and Enlil's mad because Enki gave them knowledge, and Enlil didn't want them to have knowledge. And with this knowledge, they create weapons of mass destruction, particularly on the island of Atlantis. Only the island of Atlantis.
Shout out
Enki,
to Mama Chief and all the
Enlil
chief
goes to the
y'all.
island
Come
of
on.
Atlantis, steals the bombs that the Atlanteans have made, and places those 5 bombs. Well, there was more than 5, but he stole 5. And of the bombs, after the Galactic Federation found out, the Galactic Federation took all and found out 5 bombs were missing. They weren't supposed to have the bombs in the first place. That's why the Galactic Federation took them. But once the Galactic Federation found out, they said, hey, you said there was 100 bombs. We only got 95 here. They were talking to
Y'all
Enki,
heard of the
because Enki
Galactic
didn't know who
Federation
stole
of
them.
Lights, right?
So Enki
You
steals
heard
those
of this,
bombs.
right?
He places them where
Come on,
all
y'all,
the
let's
5
go.
root races are at, and they detonate them,
Good to hunger.
obliterating
doing,
all
Gato?
of what is known at that time as humanity.
Good to see you.
This is the
Great continuation.
pre-dynastic era. So now, after these people have been eliminated, there's a great flood. There's only certain parts of the world that have never touched water. D. Calico, can you talk about those places on Earth that have never touched water,
Lemuria,
please?
okay, yeah. Lemuria.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know,
this
it's
is
not many,
good, y'all. Hope
not
y'all
many
wanna-
places
y'all
that
get
did
come
not,
out of this and
go underwater.
we can talk
And if you
about it.
let most people tell you, they'll tell you the whole entire world was underwater, which is incorrect.
I don't think so.
You know, there's not many places in North America that survived. You know, because most of the flooding actually came from this northern region. You know, in between Canada and Russia, we have thousands of icebergs. You know, back then they had even more. And they're saying that the iceberg that was between Canada and Russia was over a mile high. And eventually that is what melted. So it was a mountain of ice that eventually melted and, saturated the whole North America. And the only part of North America I can give credit
And everybody
to
believes that
the Sierra Nevada mountain
ice
range
to do that other
has
than
been dry for
some
millions of
kind of
years.
clip it like they try to give us.
The Andes Mountains, possibly, South America, parts of South America, and in Central Africa.
Global warming.
Central Africa has never experienced flooding. You know, like of course North Africa was a beach. What we call the Sahara Desert would have been a beach anciently, So that's what we don't understand when we see deserts, whether it's in Chile, down in South America, or anywhere we find deserts, that was once land that was underwater. So the evidence is still here.
Damn, Gina. Okay. So now there's a great flood, which is a cataclysmic event. Again, when I say this stuff, think of the story without religion. So remove everywhere that you want to put the word God, remove it and put alien.
Just remove it. For real.
I don't want to talk about religion. I want to talk about history.
His story. What he
So
did.
now the let me go back. Where am I at? Right here.
Yeah, I always say that once we realize that we are natural beings, and our people can adopt that and understand that we are natural beings, then, only then, will we understand that there is a such thing as supernatural beings. You know what I mean, brother?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't want to go on too long, but I'll continue on. Screw it. Crumb, how come you want me to replace the word God with alien? Because D. Calico, don't
Yeah, the
say the
Sahara
answer.
also had
Listening
greenery on
audience, I
it
wanna
at one
ask you,
point.
What was the original name
It
for
certainly
heaven?
did. It
30
was
seconds.
green there.
Do, 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 do. If you don't know, press what number are we on? What number are we on? Press 222. If you don't know, press 222. If you do know, press the answer. What's the original word for heaven?
Hey, Crumb, I was gonna say, just ask the sister in the chat, man. Just ask her.
As that
No,
sister.
I'm messing with you.
See what she
Be funny,
said.
right?
Okay.
The original word for heaven.
Shalimar, it's
30 seconds if you don't know 222.
Shalimar.
If you don't know that, Crumb, I don't know that shit.
Yeah.
Press 222.
Wait a minute. Mayan, that's water.
I'm sure that was 30 seconds. I'm just skipping.
Damn, I know it.
The concept of heaven
Yeah.
comes from
It starts with a
the family said Newt
with an S.
would be Egyptian. But this concept is not Egyptian. The concept of heaven comes from Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
Yes, the concept of heaven, along with concepts like hell, judgment day, angels, demons, all of it. Anybody know how much all is? It all comes from Zoroastrianism.
Mm-hmm.
So your next question should be, or it's probably not, but it should be, what is the original word for heaven, Crumb? Now, D Calico, would you like to tell the people, or should I?
The question about
what is the original word for heaven?
As far as in the Zoroastrian,
well, that's where the idea comes from.
That's the only way to get it.
That's the only way to get
it. Yeah. Hey, I'm over here with her looking at Newt. I'm like, oh yeah, the Minty, thinking about the duet and all of that. But what was the particular word?
The word?
Paradise.
Paradise.
Yes, yeah, we did go.
Oh, yeah.
Did Jesus speak about paradise?
Mama Chief can.
Oh, Jesus.
That's all.
Yes. Jesus
okay.
did
Yes,
speak
right
about
now.
paradise.
I forgot. I meant to put it in there last time, and I got off mine before I did. I really
chapter
did.
23, verse 43. He promised a thief on the cross that you will be with me. Jesus, where you going? You see your mama and them getting ready to leave. Mama, where y'all going? Jesus said, we're going to paradise. Well, why is that? Crumb, what does that have to do with aliens? D Calico, what does paradise have to do with
aliens? Shout out to y'all for hanging in here with me.
You asked me, I think the word paradise
y'all.
has to
I
do
hope
with a
y'all
paradox.
enjoying it so far.
No. I'm going back. I'm channeling D Calico from 3 days ago. I'm going with that D Calico.
Yes, sir.
That D Calico said you got to look at the word and break it down. What does this have to do with aliens? D Calico yesterday
missionaries
said
had our
when you
people
look
back
at the word para, he messed me up. Para means
thank you,
beyond.
Ekimon. Send me messages so I can you can get my number so we can communicate, okay?
So when he said that, I said, stop it. You just better stop it. And then he said, when you think about paradise, you better think about paranormal.
Ooh.
Yeah, y'all Negroes want to go to paradise,
so you can see what he got up
but
in
you
here.
scared.
See, we learning over here today, y'all. Come on.
Crumb, we don't deal with the paranormal. That shit's
paranormal.
spooky.
Come on,
The
paradise,
paranormal is spooky. Then why do you want to go to paradise?
Yeah.
Because paradise is where the paranormal phenomenon, the supernatural, the mysterious phenomenon exist. Negroes, I want some water, mama. Mama poured a baby some water, not a baby crying. I don't want it to be wet. So the mama ain't tripping. The mama get a baby ice. The baby get the ice, baby start crying. I don't want it to be cold. Junior, what do you want?
What do you want?
You want to go to paradise, but you don't like the paranormal.
Mhm.
Stop saying alien. Stop saying God. Start saying alien.
Yeah, I'd
And
rather
then
hear
the
that than to be
conversation
talking
will
about
make
God.
sense
I
to you.
hate people to say God.
So now that we went over that, which was a sidebar, Hibernia, Inky, God, that's alien, sets off a nuclear weapon,
Hibernia
causes
is
a great
classic
cataclysmic
white
event,
word for Ireland.
floods the earth, almost all of it. Some parts of South America, the Andes, some parts of North America, the Great Sierra Mountain Range, and all of Central Africa. That's the only
Shout out
thing
to
that
the
don't
eight
flood.
that's in the chat, y'all. Y'all
now when
shared
Negroes
it,
be like,
didn't you? Thank you.
we not from Africa, we always been here.
Did you like it?
Negro,
Let's
if
see.
you always been here, your
Mhm.
ass was underwater when you
Come
was
on,
here.
y'all. I ain't got no likes.
Somebody in the listening audience,
I don't have
press
any likes,
333
bro.
if
It
you
wouldn't even let me like.
understand the words that are
That's
coming out of
crazy.
my mouth. If you've always been here, your ass was underwater when
Come
you were
on.
here.
What did he just say? If you always been here, you
Because
was
this was
under the water.
underwater
See?
at one point in time.
That's why they said we came from the water.
The Andes,
Yeah.
South America, Sierra Mountain Range, North America, Central Africa,
Well, I
are the
got
only
10 likes.
places
Yes, I do,
on
y'all.
Earth. Some of the few places that did not flood. We always been here. All right, nigga. Well, if you always been here, show me your scuba gear because y'all had to been underwater. When the water finally
It's showing me that
recedes,
one person watching.
when the water
Crazy.
finally recedes, the first place that the Atlanteans go to is where, D. Calico?
Ancient Hibernia.
Ancient Hibernia. They went to
Ancient
Ireland
Hibernia.
first.
And science will tell you this is called the Cro-Magnon man.
Whoa. Y'all hear that? The Cro-Magnon.
This dark-skinned, curly-head man is actually an Atlantean that landed in Europe.
The Atlantean goes to Europe and he goes to Hibernia. Now we know the H
Not like
stands
some of that
for
Atlantic stuff what the Moors be talking about though, right, y'all?
remove the word
Moors be
H.
saying.
And what word do you see? Family. Let me help you
It
because
says
I know
7
you're
on your
not going
side.
to
I
see
see
it.
8 right here now.
I'm going to do it. Don't
I see 8
worry about
now.
no
Okay, shout out
imagination.
to the
Not
8.
today.
7. They hide me,
Let me
y'all.
make sure you can see what I can see. Let me see. Okay, you can see it. Let's remove the H.
And it be Iberian. Look, y'all. Iberian. Oh my goodness.
That's it.
Now, y'all see that?
All I
That's
did
deep,
was remove the H.
He just removed the H
And
and
it's
became the Iberian
Iberia.
Peninsula. It's 10 on
What's
yours.
Iberia,
Shout
Crumb?
out to the 10.
Okay, here. D.
Y'all know
Calico, do
they
you know
hide
anything about Iberia?
Yeah, Eber. You know, this is the progenitor of the Hebrews.
Yeah, Iberian Peninsula. Yeah.
This is the linguistical connection that these Hibernians are actually the Phoenicians. And I just use that word because people are so used to it. You feel me?
Oh,
But
y'all see that?
the people that we
Y'all
call
looking
the
at what I'm looking at?
Phoenicians,
Let me see something for me. I
they
gotta
traveled to Ireland.
I gotta stop him for a minute. I gotta.
Obviously, they traveled abroad.
My goodness.
Like these are the people that have made it everywhere. But before that, the Twa are the people that literally made it everywhere.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Oh, y'all looking up here? Did he change it already? It says the area of the land that consists of Spain, Portugal, and Andorra. Gibraltar. Remember, I was reading where James Oglethorpe went back to England and went to Gibraltar to get 200 soldiers to bring back over here to fight us in the Union War. Remember that? So Gibraltar, Portugal, Spain, and we know Spanish and the Portuguese is one of the people that came upon us here, right? So when we're looking at all of those places and France, come on, and France, consists of the Iberian Peninsula. Are y'all getting that? That's why I wanted to make sure we're getting this. All of that is the Iberian Peninsula. The Iberian Peninsula is where the Hebrews, the so-called Hebrews of the Bible, supposed to have dwelled. So, okay, I'm finna go back. I'm finna let it go back, y'all. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Same people. Same people.
Well, every mound, every pyramid was built by these Twa.
They said,
or should I say, ancient
the little
Iberians,
people built.
ancient Hebrews.
AP is doing a bill on that today, I think.
Kind of.
I think I remember him doing something about the Twa
Yeah.
people. They saying that
Because when we talk about
it. Did y'all
the
see that?
Iberians, the family will tell you, I don't know about the Iberians. I know about the Siberians.
No, we definitely not more Orville's.
So why is there an Iberia and a Siberia?
Iberia
the
and
story.
Siberia.
It all starts in Egypt, family. Once upon a time, here, you know what? I'm not doing this. I do all this work. I'm not going to waste it. I do all the work. It's not going to get wasted.
I know that's right.
That's what I'm not going to do.
Yep.
Hold on.
Show it.
I'm going to share a screen.
Show
Because
it.
if you tell the story, you got to
See it.
tell
Let's
all of it.
Yep. If it ain't the whole truth, it's a lie.
It's a lie.
If it ain't the whole truth,
It's a lie.
it's a lie. That's what we're going to have to deal with. There's this dude who's really a woman.
Did
There's
y'all
a
know
dude named
Pharaoh
Akhenaten.
Akhenaten was a woman?
Akhenaten does the unthinkable.
Pharaoh Akhenaten
He
was a
gets rid of
woman?
every
Who
god
knew?
you know.
The Pharaoh.
In the listening audience, do y'all like Ma'at? Press 444 if you like Ma'at. I like Ma'at. Press
I
444.
don't care nothing about my, but whatever. It's
Do you
bullshit.
like D Calico? Can you name a popular Egyptian god? Ma'at's pretty popular in my opinion. Anybody else?
Heru.
Heru. Do you like Heru? 333. Yeah, I'm gonna press. Wait, is it 333? What number? Oh, 444. Sorry, 444. If you like Heru, I'm gonna press 44. I like Heru too. Who else?
I don't like none of them folk.
Well, my favorite is Tahuti.
I don't like none of them. 'Cause I
If you
know
like
they ain't my
Tahuti,
people.
444. If you like Tahuti, if you like Ma'at, if you like all that stuff, press 444 because I do.
And bro, watch this.
See,
The
I always
number for
suspect
Mercury
Thomas being a
is
Moor.
4.
Okay,
Mercury
I
is
always have
Tahuti.
suspected him of being a Moor
Wow,
because I know
teach.
he's different than us anyway.
So now
Me anyway.
Akhenaten gets rid of
He has
all of that.
bills, so that's why.
No more Ma'at, no more Tahuti, no more whatever it is you like.
Orion, whoever, Assad.
All it don't matter. Asar's gone.
All the
Even Ra.
It's all,
yeah, all that.
even Ra. Throw Ra in the trash.
Y'all hear?
He throws it all in the trash. So as you can imagine, he upset everybody.
Uh-huh.
I think that's a fair statement. He upset everybody.
Uh-huh.
So now they kick his ass out. Let's cut to the chase. Keep it simple. Keep it quick. They kick his ass out. So he got to leave, and he goes west. I'm sorry, excuse me. He goes east. He that's why they tell you the story of Moses where they crossed the Sinai Desert. Here's a picture. There's a Sinai Desert. They cross the Red Sea over from Egypt, which is right there. They go over here to Mount Sinai. They eventually go up to Israel. Let my people go is before. I don't know what song can go with Moses in the desert. Anyway, so that's the story of them. Now, this is the thing. Moses.
But that is the song. That is the song.
Well, let my people go was Pharaoh right before they crossed the Red Sea. I'm talking after they crossed the Red Sea. Then they go into the desert.
Mm-hmm.
So now they go into the desert and they eventually go to Israel. But not all of them. Okay. And they crossed over. Hebrew means to cross over. That's what
they say.
Let's check the facts on that real quick. But actually, here, let me ask you: is that fair or is that not fair?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Hebrew means to cross over. The reason they were called Hebrews is because they crossed over the Red Sea or the Reed Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there because during the time when I was doing studying as a Hebrew, right? And as my study has traveled now, as none of that, but still seeing the Moors and seeing all kind of things and hearing all kind of, stories being put together. You got your Canaan Moors, right? The Canaan Moors, they claim crossing over Canada from there. Because they claim that they crossed over. Just like they say, Hebrew itself supposed to mean he who crossed over. In the real language, it's supposed to be Abraya, which means he who crossed over. That's what they say, okay? I just wanted to kind of bring that home as to what I understand over the years that they've said about Hebrew Israelites, which is Yashar Abraya in the ancient tongue, so they say. Okay, let's go, y'all.
And they go west. I keep saying west. They go east. Let me just see if I can find a.
Is that
a
before
map
they
of
flipped the map or
Moses.
after they
Let me
flipped the
just see
map
real
that they
quick.
went east,
Iberia. Let's
right?
go there.
They flipped the map, right? Anybody agree that they flipped
Map
the
of
maps on
Moses'
us?
journey from Egypt.
That we
Images.
are really in the east instead of the
I thought I
west.
hit images.
Anybody
Sorry.
agree or
Images.
disagree?
So, hold on. 1, 2. Oh, wrong button. Jeez Louise.
And people think that it took 40 years to make such a short distance, right?
So we can see he goes southeast, northeast, goes into a circle, then eventually he goes north. Cool, no problem. That's him. That's Moses or Akhenaten. The reality is his daughter goes west. West Africa is called the Maghreb. When they cross over the Red Sea or the Reed Sea, when they cross over, to cross over means you're a Hebrew. They crossed over right here. They're Ebers. They're Iberians.
Eber.
As soon as they cross over, they're Iberians. This is where you get Siberia for the people who went east. His daughter goes west. Crumb, why don't you make a video about the black nobility of Europe? This is the video about the black nobility of Europe. Let me show this one more time. His daughter goes west. So I showed you where he crossed at. He crossed at the Red Sea, the closest point, or the Reed Sea. His daughter crossed at Rock of Gibraltar. His daughter crosses because they're going to be killed. They have to leave. His daughter crosses, leaves Africa at the Rock of Gibraltar. Let me see if I can find that for you real quick. I'm sorry, I'm doing a lot of stuff.
Hey, what's this? The Rock of what?
The Rock of Gibraltar.
Rock.
The Rock.
And when we saying Gibraltar,
Mm-hmm.
we're dealing with the god Geb and Ra within that word.
Teach.
Yeah.
So now the Rock of Gibraltar is a stone's throw away. Right here. Here we go. Is you can cross right here. That's the closest point into. At this point, you see where it says Iberia right there.
Yep, 8 miles from
it's a hop, skip, and a jump. When
I
she
see
crosses
that.
over, it wasn't called Iberia until Akhenaten's daughter crossed over. She crosses over, and it's now called Iberia. When she crosses over,
There go
she goes
Memphis.
right
Y'all
here.
see Memphis?
What country is right here in present day? Do you know, brother?
What? Spain or Italy,
No, sir.
something like that.
No, sir.
France.
No, France is France. Okay, so this is south of France.
Europe up there.
This is all of France. This is Italy right here. This right here is Spain. This right here is Portugal.
Portugal.
Yeah, Portugal.
Portugal.
Yeah, the port.
Right down.
The port of Gaul.
Port of Gaul. Yeah.
So the Iberians,
And
they
Gaul
go here,
is not good.
and after they go up here, they eventually, because this is Akhenaten's daughter. This is a princess. She goes up there, and technically, she really don't like black people all that much. Akhenaten daughter don't like black people.
Goddess.
Akhenaten don't like black people. Akhenaten daughter don't like black people. And his daughter has fiery red hair. His daughter goes up into Scotland. Let me see if I can find a PowerPoint for you.
Absolutely, Akamon. Absolutely. This is how we got to where we at.
His daughter has red hair. So hopefully you kind of have an idea of where I'm going with this.
What's up, Wild Savage? How you doing?
His daughter goes into Europe, and she starts doing conducting a breeding program. Scotia. Her name is Scotia. Thank you.
Nova Scotia. Come on, y'all. Y'all seeing this?
Oh, this person is on point as well. Dang, a lot of people on point in the comments. I'm impressed. Scotia goes into Europe. She settles in Scotland. She has a husband who's really kind of not her husband. It's more of a relationship between a praying mantis.
Absolutely.
You know the relationship between
this is how we got here, y'all. We got here by these people.
You're not gonna make it.
The wife eats the husband after he served his purpose. So Scotia has a husband, but her husband's more like a breeding pet.
And she's like a succubus.
Pet. Y'all hear that?
And she's like a succubus.
A succubus.
So she breeds.
Come on, y'all.
And remember, Scotia has a big head like her mama and daddy. Scotia has a big head like her mama and daddy.
Yeah, her husband wasn't of Egyptian origin, so of course Akhenaten wasn't gonna give them land in Egypt, and that's what started this journey. You know, from Egypt all throughout what eventually what we call Siberia, what we call Scandinavia, Scotland. Like all of these words have the evidence because of Princess Scotia, all the way to Nova Scotia.
Okay.
This is why it took 40 years for that journey.
Right. So now Scotia.
Did y'all know it was that Scotia was a empress or queen? She was a royal person.
She settles down. She starts creating people, white people.
Oh.
And as she's creating white people, she's starting to get the people to outnumber the black people.
Akhenaten, that was Akhenaten.
As they outnumber the black people,
that he was
she
the alien
instills in them technology, 120 degrees of technology, and this is to help take over the world.
Is it?
Once she does this, there's a man who comes and fulfills her teaching. His name is Oliver Cromwell.
Oliver Cromwell, y'all. Come on, y'all gotta follow this story. Y'all gonna love this when it's over.
Screen to share.
I promise you're gonna love it.
Stop. Present. Share. Moses. Sorry.
They made stories of these people.
Let's go right here.
Right?
Think. Oliver Cromwell.
They movies of this stuff to show us stuff, but they ain't tell. But we didn't know it was real.
So
let
me go to Irish. Control F. Ireland. Oh, here. Let me back up. Akhenaten's daughter. Akhenaten creates monotheism. Basically, Akhenaten creates Christianity.
Shad.
That's why when we're dealing with Iberia,
so good to
the root word of Iberia.
Garrison,
let me just go here real quick, family. You gotta follow me.
Living
Iberian.
y'all.
Flights from Tyler to Madrid leaving.
So
Yeah,
the
I
root word of
appreciate your
Iberian
love. I do.
is Iber.
And thank you
Yep.
Now,
for
when you're dealing with,
appreciating me. I
I'm sorry.
appreciate that much.
Now I'm gonna say, and people shouldn't even question where
So
do
the
Berbers
Prince
come
of
from.
Ireland
Berbers, come on.
ties into that
You
same
know?
story.
It's no different than a Eber.
I gotta pull it up.
No
Oh,
different.
I'm going in on this
So
today,
when you
y'all.
look up
I'm feeling
Iber,
this one. This is a
it
good
says
one.
can refer to several different things. It
Let's
can be
go,
also
sis.
a part of a large
Yeah,
term,
baby.
like the Iberian Peninsula, Iber Exchange
Yeah, I
Program.
love y'all so much when y'all come in here like
The
this.
vowels are interchangeable. The I is the E. Eber, what does Eber mean? Eber,
Come on, y'all. Eber.
let's
Come on, y'all.
see.
We there.
Yep.
Ebree. That's
Or,
what
I'm sorry.
or like Uber. Watch this. Why would
What's
they
the topic
call
tonight?
it Uber? Because
Rise and
it's something
fall
you
of the
use to
Moors.
travel. We're talking about a traveling people.
We
But of
on
course, the
Chrome
word
TV,
Uber
the
in
rise
German
and
does
fall
mean
of the Moors.
super.
And then I got
So
some
instead of
goody
Superman, it would
goodies
have
on
been
it.
Uberman or Eberman.
Got a surprise for the Moors.
Damn, Gina, you teaching your ass off. So now the word Eber is, let's see. I thought I just seen the word when I made it bigger. Here we go. In the Septuagint, the name is written as Heber
Heber, he who crossed over. Yeah, Eber.
or Eber.
Father called.
So right here, instead of EBER, you're going to see HEBR.
That's right. And that's where the Hebrew
And
come in. They put the
Heber
Hebrew in there, y'all.
later becomes
Hebrew.
the word Hebrew.
Yep. Yeah.
BREW. There it is. I knew it was going to be in here. Medieval scholars such as somebody and somebody else noted that the prevailing view was the word that Hebrews, there's a parentheses, had received the name from Eber. You ever seen this before, brother?
Seeing exactly what? Or what you got highlighted? Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So,
yep. It said Michael, the Syrian son of a Hebrew.
Yeah, I can't. I just had to stop it for a minute because Ekman put something in the chat right there. And Cromwell was a dark-skinned European. Absolutely, he was. Now, you made me go here. Excuse me, because they're going to bring it up in a minute. How about Pushkin? What was his name? Alexander Pushkin? Y'all know who I'm talking about? The one that Shassan them always bringing up? The Pushkin man, it's Alexander Pushkin. I suppose I wrote it down. I don't see it in my notes though. Y'all know who I'm talking about? The Pushkin guy? Okay. How about I got a picture of that dude? How about I got a picture of him and he's a melanated man. But they always told us that he was like they tried to show him as a Caucasian, like they do everybody else, right? But I do have the pictures of him today, and we might see him for the first time because they've been showing us a pale skin Alexander Pushkin, who was the German poet, right? He was a poetry man. And all our schooling and everything came straight up out of Russian Germany, y'all. Who got what from Hidden Colors? Thank you, Sister Sharon. Yes, y'all, please like and share. Who got what? Who got what from Hidden Colors? You talking about from Tariq Nasheed stuff? Tariq Nasheed and got a lot of stuff from a lot of us. FBA bullshit. The surname Cromwell and the place name Cromwell both mean winding stream. That's interesting. Or valley with crooked waterways. Okay. And we just saw where it says that what was that? Iberian was a wintry, like bad, cold, like, right? Yeah, okay. Appreciate y'all attendance and hanging out with Mama Chief today. For real. Let me go. Let's go back over here.
Hebraeus, Bar meaning son of.
Right.
Michael the Syrian, son of Hebrew.
So now,
And Hierapolis, isn't that what, Egypt? Agulpus, Hierapolis? Because I know, that Hiram is
Do
coming
y'all
from,
hear that well and
Peru.
y'all can see it pretty good? Because y'all know
like
I turn the
hieroglyphics.
TV on, the big screen on, and put it
Hieroglyphics.
loud and everything. So y'all let me know if it's good.
Peru.
correct. So now
Shout out for to the 10 that's in the chat.
they only called it that land when Akhenaten's daughter crossed over, Scotia. So she crosses over, and it's not only that she crosses over, she brings her daddy's religion that made her cross over in the first place.
The Hebrew.
She
That's
brings
crossing
the
over.
Hebrew religion.
Whoa, I see it.
So she brings the Hebrew religion,
I see it.
and then,
Oh my goodness.
because remember, this is the first holy war.
Wolverine, hey
Akhenaten
baby.
and his daughter
In
and his
continuation,
son,
it's good to
King
see
Tut,
you.
and his
Thank
wife,
you.
Nefertiti, they all start the first holy war.
See, because they all done
This guy,
turn into the tribes.
let me check the Carfax.
See, this is what we
Did Oliver
where we
Cromwell
at,
have red hair?
Chief.
Yes.
Where we at? We got
Oliver had
to
red hair.
plug these
Got to be more
holes
careful.
up.
The people. Okay, hold on, brother.
And-
Can we
and-
talk
and-
about?
Go ahead.
Can we talk about red hair real quick?
Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
going to
talk
say
about the
how
red hair.
you can also look up that all people with red hair are related. Yeah,
All people with red hair are related.
I can see that.
Who is the matriarch? Brother, don't say anything, please. Listening audience, you guys are pretty smart. It's only like 2 people is going to answer, I assume, but I don't know. Who's the matriarch of all the people with red hair? Don't answer, the Calico. Listening audience,
That red hair. The
who is the
queen, one the
matriarch
queen, didn't
of
it?
people with red hair? Who started red hair?
Queen. That's all I could think of. Who had
Tell
red
me
hair?
how I'm
Y'all? Can
supposed to
y'all
look
see?
with red hair. Queen Elizabeth. No.
That's what I'm thinking.
No, not Queen Elizabeth.
Queen
Come on.
Victoria. No, Queen Victoria was looked like us, did she?
Mother Akhenaten? No. We already know
Gonna tell us.
his mother. His mother's Queen Ty. We seen her pictures.
Queen Ty. No, sure.
Scotia.
Oh, Scotia had red hair. Those are her children.
Not no daggone Esau. Esau come later. Scotia. Scotia is the first person in the world.
I don't
with
know
red
about
hair.
y'all, but I take notes. I literally
Nobody in the
take
world
notes
has red
every
hair
day,
before
all
Scotia.
day. I got so many notebooks over here, y'all wouldn't believe it.
Nobody. Hold on. Let me put my. Nobody on the face of the earth has
Well,
red hair.
we don't have red
before
hair like
Scotia.
that. It be them.
I'm gonna tell you where the first redhead,
sandy brown, like
well, red hair
not
comes
red.
from. Other than the orangutan, but the Neanderthal has certain traits that people have
That's
today
why we got to find out
that they don't
who
want
we
to
are.
attribute to the Neanderthal, like red hair,
Imagine how long we've
like
been
the
here without
aquiline
knowing.
nose.
Yeah.
Like what we call the
Mating with
juices, the
things,
JEWs.
People not knowing.
How that type of beak nose they have. It's called an aquiline nose. That is a Neanderthal trait.
Lucille, you talking about the Lucille that they found?
No, it's called.
their bones.
It's actually alkaline, but no, Jews do not have that type of nose.
Don't trust.
Go back and look at Smurfs. Remember Smurfs?
Why did they show us the Smurf, y'all?
Who was the nemesis in Smurfs?
Yeah, definitely. I know the little
why
sorcerer
did they
you
give
talk
us
about.
the Smurf story?
Listening audience, what was his name?
Story, and the pot of gold story.
Follow me now.
Why did they bring those stories to
He
us?
seems like an Oliver Cromwell type.
Now I got
what was the antagonist's name in Smurfs? Thank you. Gargamel.
Gargamel. I
Check
didn't
this out.
watch the
You talk
script,
about the
y'all.
nose.
Did y'all?
Gargamel.
And that's how
Lucille
you
Ball,
know
yeah.
that he spoke
This
that.
Yeah, Lucille Ball, she definitely
that,
had the red hair.
What language did you say?
The
Boogie
Gargamel.
boo. I
Well,
mean,
when you know
I know
about
the sister
Gargamel,
referred to it as gibberish. And you
Ooga
said,
Booga.
yeah,
yes,
they want to come up
because
with me,
that's
y'all
what
let me know.
the
I'm
word
not
gargoyle
because
means
we
gargle.
discuss this.
You know, so it's probably for him. It's referencing how they speak.
So
Yes, yes.
is Gargamel a Jewish caricature?
I gotta write that down, a Gargamel, because I gotta research that.
Does that look like Gargamel to you?
Mm-hmm.
This
Yep,
picture right here.
100%.
Hold on. Let me find Jewish bad guy.
Oh, look, I'm like, there he is. Like I know, I definitely.
Does
don't
that look like Gargamel to you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the bad guy from. Well,
watch
you can't
that.
see
I
the
ain't
face.
like
I'm
the
sorry.
children watching.
That's the bad guy from Rocky and Bullwinkle. That's not an alkaline nose.
Look at that nose. That look like a.
Let me find another one. Jewish bad guy caricature. There it is. There it is.
Look, y'all.
I don't want that one.
Look at the nose on that man.
Does that look like
And their
Gargamel?
ears, y'all. Why are their ears as big?
Look at the
as
way he
y'all?
has his hands. Gargamel.
And that woman, what's her name?
You don't find that a little
Jackie?
bit interesting?
Married to that basketball player
Yep.
who in jail
That's
now.
That's the
Her ears is
that's
big,
the-
just like them people. I'm like, where do you
the
people get
Gargamel
these ears from?
is the caricature.
Never seen a
Oh,
woman
man,
with
I'm
some
sorry.
big ears like that.
Gargamel is the caricature.
Yeah, that's a big
you know,
old
just
nose
like with
right
Rocky and Bullwinkle
Look at
and
the
a
beard,
lot
y'all.
of other
Don't forget
bad
about the
guys
beard. The beard
of
is a giveaway.
the so-called
of
Jewish
our
bad guy,
people- of
and we're going to see where they have a particular
they
type of
grow
nose that
beards
has a
like that.
hump in it.
Sydney Whiplash. Who
They
is
have a
that?
nose that has a
Sydney
hump
Whiplash. See, you making me make
in it.
notes.
So now, alkaline nose.
You know, if I don't know, I got to find out, y'all. Y'all know I ain't gonna walk
If you look at
around
those
here and don't
people
know.
with an alkaline nose, this is going to be like Thor in the game.
Alkaline nose. Look like a bird.
So he has a little whatever right there, but for the most part, it's
Yeah, I didn't know you could spell it like that.
yes, sir.
We have two enemy dogs eating people, and
Well, maybe okay.
Yeah.
This says man with alkaline
got a
nose
fight
French
on our hand.
caricature.
Okay.
Well, I may have to correct myself on this
yeah,
one.
they eating people.
I guess
they
that is
doing
an
too
alkaline
much.
nose. It is. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to
Months.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to
I don't even want to give him the benefit of saying
That's
alkaline,
right.
even though the Q and the
We
K
got
and all
they on
those are
both sides of
interchangeable.
us.
The G and all that, but C. But what I'm saying is, I always reference as an aquiline.
Sydney Whiplash. Oh, that was the person
Aquiline,
who
okay.
he showed. Okay. Thank you.
I mean,
accepting.
alkaline is such a good
Thank
word.
y'all for
You know what I
sharing
mean?
and teaching me.
Right.
Boris and Natasha, where they was.
So now
He showed them too.
this dude,
Y'all watch too much TV and when y'all was young.
not to get too far off topic, Oliver Cromwell.
Aaron.
He's a redhead. The redheads are a created people.
Boris and Natasha. Now I want to know who they were.
Remember redheaded stepchild?
Exactly.
The redheads, we don't know where they come from.
Yep.
It's
They
almost
were
like they were created by an alien.
my sister know they were cartoon characters. See, I didn't watch
This
y'all
guy
on
right
that.
here
I really wouldn't watch cartoon. I thought they were very stupid.
is just like his mama,
Rocky and Bullwinkle, yeah, I
Queen
remember that
Scotia.
one.
Queen Scotia hate black people,
Queen Show.
so he goes against black people.
Oh, y'all. Nova Scotia, okay.
But we've reached the hour mark, brother. I haven't even gotten to Jamaica. This is where the Jamaican story starts, really. Should I stop here and just,
No,
do
I
another
mean, let
part two?
the people decide. But I know I wanted to ask you real quick
keep going.
because who were the original people of Ireland once again?
The Moors.
So who was there when when
Okay.
Stonehenge was built?
Okay, give your father a hug for me.
And there's many Stonehenges
And I hope
around
he's
the
having a
world.
great day.
There's a Stonehenge in South Africa that's older than the Stonehenge in Ireland. There's a Stonehenge in the Great Lakes right here in Michigan.
Sharon says,
Right there in the Great
Lakes.
Well, brother, there is 128 people
Memories.
watching. Guess how many likes we have? The people want to continue.
Man, I thought we had
Guess.
80
Nope.
likes.
I'll give you one more guess.
All right, 20.
Brother,
Hey, y'all tripping.
we got 38 likes.
Oh, y'all.
Oh,
tripping.
that was good.
130
like-
people in the room and 38
My
likes,
bad.
family. I think
Can-
I
they
bet.
did-
Now you
Can
gonna
we
give
get
me
60,
150
70? We need
likes
60,
now.
70.
Yeah.
out of 130. Well, okay, yeah, 50% is half. No, I'm gonna say 100. If the family really want us to keep going, I say 100 likes. If not, let's just do a part 2, brother. You know, tomorrow's another day. It ain't that serious. People not really interested anyway.
That's
Yeah,
what it feels.
I know,
People
I
feel
know.
that way when they
I mean,
don't
it's
like
times they
share. Yeah,
they
it makes
came
you
through
feel
with the
that
likes, so
way.
we can
But
see with this
I
2-minute
agree.
warning. It's a 2-minute warning.
I feel you.
Can we get the likes up? Like, I ain't gonna lie, I be telling you, Crumb, if this was TikTok, they would have sent gifts already. They would have been tapping the screen. You would have had 100,000 likes up there on the screen. You hear me? Like,
Yeah.
Come on, YouTube.
Listening audience, I'm gonna tell you the truth. D Calico said, "Get away from YouTube because they don't really like you over there. Come over to TikTok; they'll love you over there."
They're gonna pay you. They're gonna make it rain on you, Crump. Like, come on, man. If you go to these lackluster channels that ain't talking about shit, they is getting donation after donation and they don't care nothing about y'all. They ain't bringing y'all no information. You know, they could be talking about rappers and just sports all day, and they getting the support they need.
Brother, this is one of my biggest supporters, and he's not even a member.
They complaining about people not supporting.
These people over here, I don't get that TikTok support.
I appreciate the people that
I don't
do
get
come
that
in
type
my
of
chat
support.
when it's just 5
I
or
ain't gonna lie to
10. I
nobody.
really do, because
TikTok
I'm not
support? No, we don't
popular,
get like that.
and I'm not,
I'm
I'm
talking
just
about
trying to be.
Y'all over here cooking with
just trying to
Crumb,
share.
but y'all
All
gonna
I'm
go
trying
there
to
and
do
pay
is share,
Kaya.
y'all.
You know,
I appreciate y'all.
y'all cooking with Crumb, man. What's happening?
This one dude,
Y'all cooking
I
with
said, yeah,
Crumb, y'all cooking with Mama
donate.
Chief, y'all cooking
He
with
said,
D Calico.
I gotta wait for this OnlyFans girl to cancel like $30 that I gave her. I ain't seen him since. I said, "Dag, I ain't gonna lie, that hurt my feelings a little bit." Old boy donating the OnlyFans,
Oh, absolutely.
but
Absolutely. Come on.
he don't see the value in Crumb. I'm like, yeah, black people don't really. It's not. I'm gonna tell you, if people start really supporting Crumb TV, they're not gonna be black.
Yep.
If people
And then they're gonna
really
try to
start
control
supporting,
Y'all
our
hear
narrative
they pitch,
because
right?
our biggest
But that's
donators will
that
be
that
like,
that,
man,
that
that really
applies
hurt my
to
feelings, man.
everybody
That
that
last
y'all
video,
get,
man.
that
You
y'all
know,
support, and y'all getting them
now we got to take that into
from,
consideration.
or y'all
Is the real
you-
people
you-
gonna support or what?
sharing. We're
you got to
sharing
take it into
together.
consideration
So I
because
mean,
for real,
just to like and share wouldn't be
you
much to
can't take
ask.
Negroes
I
too
don't ask for
seriously
no
or
coin.
invest too deeply into them.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, I know what you're saying.
Brother,
I'm
do you know
only
what
saying
happened
for
to the master teachers
information. I
before
don't
us?
really go into
Yeah, they died
the
poor.
bullshit. Like I
I
said,
don't never want to be
I
no master
suspected
teacher.
that
The
he was
master
some
teachers are
more
Yep.
some
for a
broke
while because he
bums.
was doing a lot of
Yep.
more
That's how
stuff.
the
But
people doing.
evidently,
Well, not in other
you know,
parts of the
we're
world, only
learning.
right here. Only in the
Everybody's
black community.
learning.
Well, yeah,
How to
in the
be
black
learning.
community, our master teachers are broke bums. I'll never want to be a master teacher. Black people don't appreciate that.
Like
Listen,
we look up the
he telling the
celebrities
truth though. They
in
broke
any other part of the
down.
world. They is honoring their rabbis. Rabbi meaning teacher. Their yogis.
No, but
You know,
Right.
their senseis. You know,
I didn't
Their
get that
gurus
part,
and
y'all.
all
So
that,
what
yeah.
I'm
their
gonna do is
gurus.
I'm finna move it up because I want to get the information. I don't care about talking.
Shout out to Dr. Lean Melbeck.
I don't talk about
Shout out to
people.
Dr. Alima Bay.
I let them do their own damn
So
thing. Let's see what I need to do. Go up here and
I don't even be looking for money. I be trying.
come on.
Well,
Get back to the
why don't they just kill
Here we go,
Napoleon
y'all.
if
We're
he
back on the
lost?
information.
Oh wow, we got some support. This better not be a white guy. Okay, no,
No, he got $9. He said,
if it was a white dude, I was going to
I
feel
done
some
sent
type
him
of
some
way
money. He
because
happy.
black people don't really support. But being that it is a black guy, it makes me feel better. And of course, that's me being racist because I want support from black people.
Y'all hear that, right?
Oh, Crumb just want support, family. It's
That's
not that I
all
just
I
want
want on this
support.
thing. They don't let
Because if
they
I
ain't
really
got
want to support, I can go to
information.
white people, and
They
y'all know
just
white
want
people
support.
spend money.
They want this as a
It's not that I
job.
want money.
This is their
It's
job.
not that I
Let's
just
be
want
clear.
support. I want your support because in my heart of hearts, I feel, I don't know what I feel. You got the best interest in mind. If somebody else gave me that
Yeah,
money, I don't
right.
think they got
Who's black?
your or my
Yeah,
best
all
interest
the
in
time.
mind.
So
That's
y'all
why
hearing it,
I
right?
just
Y'all
want
hearing for yourself
my
how people
community
really,
support
really
so
think.
that we can all
That's
work
why I'm
for
letting
our
it play a little
community
bit.
versus
I didn't know it
somebody
was on now.
outside of our community supporting, and we have to work towards their interests. I'm not asking nobody for no money or nothing, but at the same time, I understand what it means to have this community support because we all know what it looks like when we got another community support. Uh, but it ain't gonna make sense till a white girl get up here. I'm Crumb's new girlfriend, and I got all
Y'all
types of money,
hear?
and we be bankrolling him, me and my mama.
Y'all hear?
Then y'all gonna
He
be upset when
desiring
a
a
white girl
white
come
girl
up
to
here.
get up.
But
Y'all better
not
stop
that
playing
would ever
with me.
happen. But anyway, with that said,
Come on, get on.
thank you so much. It's ultimately what I was
Yeah,
saying.
hey,
Seeing it
shout
out
out,
no-
shout out to
Funny
that
to
brother.
me, y'all.
Shout out to O. And I gotta be
Yeah.
honest with you, I've never seen O before, but I'm glad he's here.
Mhm.
Shout
Yeah,
out to O.
he made his presence felt.
He made his presence
$10
felt. Thank you so
made
much,
him very
brother.
happy. Let me stop.
So I'm not gonna
Now
I'm not
talking
gonna be
about folks,
complaining
I ain't
about
trying.
what is not. I'm gonna be
I ain't
celebrating
trying
what
to.
is.
I'm just
Shout out to
saying.
O.
Y'all hearing what I'm
Moving
hearing,
on.
right?
They didn't kill Napoleon.
Okay, now you back on the
After
information.
they kicked him out, he came back, and they still didn't kill him. They just kicked him out again. You don't kill a king. You don't kill that. That's not how it goes.
But Oliver
So
Cromwell was
now
killing King.
Oliver Cromwell killed the king,
Yeah, he was killing him.
and after he kills the king, he takes power. Although elected member of parliament for Huntington 628, Cromwell's life prior marked by failure. He was a failure before this. He got famous off killing the king. This is the guy that sends black people to Jamaica. Let me see.
Hey, shout out to Everything is Everything. 1111.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, wow. Everything is everything. I'm surprised. Nah, Crumb TV, no troggies, never. She is. She said, no, I can't do this. Shout out to Everything is Everything. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm grateful. It means everything to have your support. Literally, it means everything.
Shout out to the 11 in the chat. Y'all still
But
hanging in here
yeah,
with
it
me?
says the death of Charles I
I'm gonna change it up
and
in a
the
minute
exile of his
to
son,
something else.
followed by military victories where in Ireland and Scotland. This firmly established what, brother? What
That's
did
what
this
you was
firmly
feeding me.
establish?
What he talking about now? Talking about all the stuff we were talking about last night.
The Commonwealth. So, and I was talking to D Calico. I was talking about Russia, and D Calico said, "Brother, I'm confused. Are we talking about Russia? Are we talking about Ireland and Scotland?" I said, "What's the difference?"
Excuse me.
Yesterday, I did a video. Let me see if I can give myself a shameless plug.
Okay, y'all see right here where it said the death of Charles the First. My 10th great grandpa. Excuse me. My 10th great grandpa was named Tobias Sanders. You can look him up right now and put his name in the Google and Google Tobias Sanders. Saunders. And he was my 10th great grandpa. And he was with that first charter from King Charles I to come to Rhode Island and set up the charters, because in the 1600s it was the charters, and then in the 1718 they became the colonies, right? I just wanted to throw that in there. So King Charles' death and exile of his son, followed by the military victories of Ireland and Scotland. So this is around the around the same times before that my great grandfather. So before he got killed, he had commissioned them to come here. Yeah.
So what is the? There we go. Let me see if I can give myself a shameless plug. Not that I need to. We're already on Crumb TV, but whatever. Oh, wrong button.
Excuse me.
Yesterday I did this video, the Gulag. Oh yeah, okay, I can see it. The video I did yesterday, it was a story about how the kingdom became a democracy. How do you convince the people to make a kingdom into a democracy? How do we do that?
That right there is a good one too, y'all.
Unalive the king.
Y'all gotta go watch that.
But if you do that, the people are going to unalive you. How do you convince?
He got some good ones going on because he's funny, y'all. I know y'all might not like him.
These are the people who put the king in place.
Some good ones going on. He's showing about these Moors and these Russians and these Jews and all that. Okay, let's go.
Well,
gotta know.
The same way the Khazars did it in Russia. They told the people, we're going to make you the king. Everybody becomes their own king. Does that sound? Does that not sound like a great idea?
Yeah, it takes you back to Lucifer in heaven.
Everybody's a god.
Yep. 1/3 say fuck that, we'll leave.
So now, the Khazars. Can somebody in the comments type in who I'm talking about? Who are the Khazars? People don't call them Khazars. People call them something else in 2025. Originally, we're called Khazars. Don't say the name. Just type it in the comments.
Jews.
The Khazars.
Say it, because they ain't nobody.
Got rid of the king, and they replaced the king with the Union.
I'm saying.
The Union being the Juicies. The J people.
He tries. He tried. I mean, listen. Like I said, for the information that I'm at,
it's about to be trouble now.
Good job.
Peace and love, Minister. How are you?
I'm on peace, man. My bad, man. I was at work, bro.
I'm definitely on this right here. About this here.
No. That's all is truly well. I can't. I know you're coming in mid live, but let's just take a pause and breathe for a minute. Can you tell the family who you are and where we can find you at?
Absolutely. Who all in the chat? Peace to the chat, man. Everybody, MOY, definitely tap in on my TikTok, the Minister Informant on TikTok, and rock with me. Candy Pants will already be out, so I ain't gotta say that. It goes without saying.
For Minister Information get started, I'm gonna say, wait a minute. I think I better go back in here with my tea right quick. I'm gonna let him do this. Okay,
thank you so much for tapping in. So we just got to the story of Oliver Cromwell, and this is. And let me just go back for the minister's sake, and then we'll finish the story of the Gulag because he has a great measure on Oliver Cromwell. If I can find it. So when we look at Oliver Cromwell, basically what we were saying, Minister, was the first paragraph. And this is just to keep things simple. Oliver Cromwell was basically the man who killed the king, a leading advocate of the execution of the king. It wouldn't have happened without him, which led to the establishment of the Commonwealth of England. So I was telling D. Calico, how do you get rid of the king? How do you get rid of the monarchy? Because to be a ruler, you can only be a ruler by bloodline. So because of that, these people can't be rulers. You can't get into leadership. You can't get into not the people. I'm talking about the comments. You can't get into leadership. These people can't get into leadership. This is a funny name. Not Red Panther, Juicies. You see, he put a juice box. The Juicies, yes. Those people can't get in. Those people can't get in. So how do we stop those people? How do we make it to where instead of being a ruler by bloodline, you can just be a ruler based off something else? You convince the people, we're going to make everybody a ruler. So in Germany, they called it the Soviet Union. The king was replaced by the union of people. Same thing with Oliver Cromwell. The king is being replaced by the establishment of the Commonwealth. When you kill the king, there's a new establishment of government. Why is this important? Because everybody sit here talk about, Crumb, I want you to do a video about black nobility. Up until this time, it was black nobility. Look at the time. There's only a handful of those redhead light-skinned ones, because the redhead light-skinned ones are the ones who are going to put this all into play and get rid of the black.
All right, Randy. Have you guys covered anything on that yet, or you just opened the floor to just now? This what you're saying? What happened?
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see what was going on
I
in
don't know where
the chat.
old boy
Y'all
went, but I had accidentally left. What were you asking though?
Okay.
The part you just covered. Have you guys went into any of that yet with Ireland and
Scotland
yet?
into tribes and Virginia?
Kind of a little bit. It took us a long time to get here. We started from the Anunnaki and went all the way through history. So now we're here to Oliver Cromwell, and we're talking about the redheads. So Oliver Cromwell was one of them. King James was one of them. This is the 1600s. Oliver Cromwell, King James, Queen Charlotte. That's the 1700s. These redheads are going to be replacing the black faces who were recently in power before Cromwell. So now Cromwell takes away the royal bloodline, and the black people at that time are a part of that royal bloodline, and those black people got shipped to Jamaica.
Yes, Tahanga, Chief Azakol, and I think it was one more y'all up in here. Or was it just you two? I think, yeah, it come on. All of y'all, all of us, we have some of the same people in our tree, I think. Right? Yeah. All of us do. All three of us do. But Crumb TV, we are not those people. Yeah, listen, we know, look, dodge the hijack, eat the meat and spit the bones out. We just getting this real information. We're not worried about him still not knowing that we're not black or that we're not the people who he thinks he is. Okay? I know, a lot of people fell out with Crumb when he said he drank this urine back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But I'm playing this for the meat and the potatoes, if you will, not for each time that he do something to put us in another position, because we know who we are now at this junction. So in other words, the black nobles from there are absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry to scream like that, but I thought maybe everybody understood that. That's right. The colonizers are the ones who came here. And they were of the royal people. Yeah, they are. Our people, when you think about, okay, so-called the Indians, let's go there first. The Indians, as they call it. Prior to 1400, there were people who had names as Indian names. Anybody got any Indian names in their tree? Anybody got any records that they can show right now with names of Indians? See, because what I'm finding is that a lot of people don't realize that their name came to this soil. There was no last name people on this soil until these names came here. Now I can go back to 1424 and pull records and show you right now names of Powhatan Indians, names of Choctaw, names of all these different Indians. But when it came time to them colonies being set up, it was some different things going on in each one of those colonies, because the Virginia colony was the royal colony, period. The royal colony. North Carolina, that was a breeding colony. That was where they was breeding these mulattoes, making tri-racial communities. They was putting these people all up in the mountains. They was putting these people all in different communities. They was setting these people in places to be these particular Indian groups that they had created. This is what was being done. And then you had South Carolina. It was nothing but the slave quarter. South Carolina was a slave quarter. That's all it was about. Taking people out and bringing people in. The proprietors and the Goose Creek men tell you this. If you do any research, I don't know why ain't nobody did it yet. I brought out this Goose Creek thing in December, when people was bragging about being Goose Creek. Y'all need to do your homework so that we'll know who the hell the people is around us that are doing things to us in our face. And I'm just saying right here now, because we got enemies in the midst of us, and they've been here long as we have. And they've been doing this to us as long as they've been here. Smiling in your face all the time. They want to take your place. And they are them backstabbers. Okay, let me go back over here because I get.
That's where we left off.
Damn. Yeah. No, you actually, I was right and exact. So when you talking about Cromwell, like I had mentioned before, execution of King Charles I, and King Charles II is going to come behind him, his son, and set up the Lord Proprietors, which set up the colonies in North America.
That's the proprietors.
Once the colonies are established,
I just spoke
the
about
first
them.
fruits of the labor to come over there will be those
set up the
Irish
proprietors?
people, both black and white,
Okay.
coming to the colonies.
Okay.
And the first batch, go ahead.
Let me say this, because you said both black and white. These whites are the defectors who have no parents. These
had no parents.
these
Y'all
whites,
hear that?
not only are they white, but they have red hair. We know them, all of these little white children with red hair, because somebody got to take them in. We started calling them what,
The
Minister?
offering train, y'all. Come on.
Oh, and there's in the islands called Red Legs, right?
No, red-head stepchild,
Oh, God.
because they ain't got no daddies. They ain't got no mamas. We don't know where these were a created people who were created.
Y'all, there you go.
Y'all keep talking
now
about a flood story as if it was only flooding in the Nile. Y'all
William
talk about
Byrd
a
and
flood
his
story
group,
as if it was only the Mississippi and only the Ganges. These things aren't exclusive to one part of town. Oh, well, they were created on the island of Patmos. They were also created on the island of the Iberians. You know it.
See, I would never want to claim all those tribes right
So
there.
when you go back
That's
and
too
look
much.
at the island of the
That's too much right
Iberians,
there. That
it was
shows
black
too much
people there
mixture
who had
right there.
created white
Can't be all
people.
them damn tribes.
But
we can't.
We can't say that
We have
we
people in
can't
them, but
name
we
the
can't be all
kings and the
the tribes.
queens exclusively, but we know about the nobility. That's why here in America, Crumb, tell us about King this and Queen that. We don't know their names. We say, Crumb, tell us about the black nobility of Europe.
Yes.
Because we know that they were nobles. The only noble your ass know is Noble Joe Ali. But when you
That's
go
the
into
only
Ireland,
noble
you're
you
gonna
know.
see Noble Angus, Noble Agnes.
I don't believe the
You're gonna
created.
see the nobles of
That's fake.
Iberia.
You don't believe the created.
These are all
spookism?
bloodlines that are ruling. Hey, we
What
black, so we
created?
the
Who
kings.
created what?
You're the king because you black.
I don't
Yeah, it's
understand what you're
because
saying
I'm
right
black.
now.
We you know, anybody with this type of blood who come out looking like this, looking like what? You know, dark skin,
Let me
curly
understand
hair.
what you're saying.
But the hair got to be
Don't
brown.
believe they.
But red is no, red is too light. It got to be brown, got to be black.
That's
Royal bloodline.
spookism.
But some
I
of them,
don't know
some
what
of them
I
white
said.
skins,
No spookism, but whatever.
they agree with you. Well, you sound like Lucifer to me.
Let me see, but y'all,
1/3 of y'all got to get out of here. Y'all niggas, y'all white boys with red hair who believe in the black nobility, KO ass down in Jamaica with them. I yield the floor.
Yeah, that's it.
I
just claim Powhatan and the
don't
ones
have
that I can
anything to
claim at
add.
the
I just
end.
wanted to
I claim the one from the beginning and
point
the
that
one
out.
at the end.
You
'cause
see where
all
it says
them
the
in
Commonwealth of
between.
England. He ruled as the Lord
Oh,
Protector
okay, baby. I didn't know. I just didn't want to be
from
missing something.
from 53
Okay, yeah, I got
until 58. Short time span, but if you look up the
I'm glad you still here with me.
Lord proprietors,
I like you, Powhatan. I
pull it
see.
up real
I
quick.
be seeing what you be
Lord
doing.
proprietors.
Lord proprietors.
I be watching a lot of stuff. I'm always there watching a lot of stuff. I just don't say
Minister of Information, I wish I was around you because I'd give your ass a high five right now. Should I talk about this or did you want to go into it?
I'm throwing the alley hoop.
So now
that y'all hanging out and y'all getting.
You don't.
I'm trying to put
This
down.
whole thing that we're talking about. This is the cusp of America being born.
See,
family,
that's why I'm
zoom
doing this,
out.
y'all, 'cause I saw
I don't know why when you talk about history, you get in America, you get stuck in America.
Oh,
What was
everybody
going
on, and
on
you over here with
in
Mama
Europe
Cheek.
during
That's
this
big,
time?
Powhatan.
The
That's some
black
big shit for
nobles.
me, love. Thank you.
These are
I
nobles.
know they out there. They out there.
So now you got two
Thank
sets
you.
of nobles because the nobles are coming over here and setting up shop.
Look, the nobles
You
came
know,
over
it was
here and
black
set
people
up
who came over here and enslaved us. Yes.
See?
The two, it was
The
factions.
nobles, y'all. It was the nobles.
Crumb, you know it's not a government. You know it's really a company. What's the name of the company?
Come on. The Indian.
Let's go and look up the name
What is it?
of the company.
Indian. What was it? The Indian
So
company?
now
Indian,
you have
what is it, y'all? The East Indian Company. Come
the
on, y'all.
Indian Company.
Come on, y'all. The East Indian Company, huh?
The India Company.
Yeah, they did. They did. But that's what I'm
East
saying.
India.
But
The
though
East
they,
India Company.
though they say we
The East
extinct,
India
we
Company
know we
originally
still here
named
because we
Governor
stretched
and
out
Company
here
of
like
Merchants.
this. Absolutely, Powhatan lives.
Stop
And
calling
that's
it
why
slavery.
I say I got 17
Those were
generations.
merchant ships.
And I know ain't nobody
Hold
else
on.
I
came
looked
up
up.
and told me they got no damn
Hold on.
17
I want
generations.
to throw another one in there while you're in there.
So I'm like, let's
Look
go.
up the I think it was
Yeah, I
called
got your records. Let's go.
by
No,
King
they
James.
hating
It was
on
one of
me.
the first
Keep
ones
hating, because I'm moving
that it
on.
was called the
Got this shit.
African.
I feel bad for their ass want to hate on me.
The Royal African Company. I got you.
they
I got you. I got
Yeah.
you. I was going there
Shit.
next.
Go ahead.
Crumb. You know the Jews were in the slave trade, right? Yes. Tell me the company. You can't say those words. If you, Crumb, I couldn't find a slave ship, right? But you can find a merchant ship. It's not a slave ship. That's cargo.
Royal African.
What do you mean, like white cargo? Yes, white cargo. Anyway, what company did? I'm sorry. Did the Jews work with the African Royal Company? Wow.
How about y'all? I got a schedule. I just printed it today, as a matter of fact. I just pulled it up of my great grandpa. That's why I said, y'all, you got to find your place. I don't find my place. I don't found my colonizers in my tree. Okay? We got to find our people, y'all, to know what the hell they did and who played what roles in this demise. So I just found my great grandpa, the one who had the 4,000 acres of land in Tennessee, Robertsville. I just found his slave schedule with all these free whites, free white this, free white that, free white that, whites, slaves. I got these kind of records. So some of the stories that we've been told, it's been told to us backwards or something, because why is it in 1830? That's the Indian removal time. Why is it in 1830 that so-called black folks, which they was calling them Negroes, was all over all the states? How is that so? That we are in every state as governors and rulers, but yet we were slaves that had to be set free in 35 years later in 1865? Come on, that don't even make no sense to me. How is we sitting here looking at the fact that we got Negroes, governors all over this place in 1830, and at the same time, 1830, we got colonizers taking us to Africa under the auspice of us being freemen and African Americans in the same time frame. And then at the same time frame, we got folks talking about we having an Indian removal and they moving us to Oklahoma. Come on, y'all. We got to put this shit together and make it make sense. How is three things being done in 1830 and we supposed to be in slavery? But yet we is involved in doing all of this shit. Excuse me for I'm just getting mad when I do this by myself, y'all. It'd be better if I had somebody to buff me off. I wouldn't be mad. But but I'm serious. Excuse me. Y'all feeling me? I don't understand how we can still not understand. I've been watching and I've been seeing, how is it we got all these governors and all these people in place in 1830 and we ain't slaves? But in 1865, we got to be emancipated and we got a war going on. We got the Union soldiers that came here from all over everywhere, that we looking at these folks right here, knowing they ain't our friend, knowing they are enemies and everything. But yet we don't see the 1830. I used to say a lot of stuff happened in 1865, but now I see a lot of stuff happening in 1830 that ain't nobody really even privy of. They ain't even paying no attention. How can we not see that in 1830 we was all over this place as ruling and governors, but then we getting taken to the reservation? At the same time, we got folks taking us to Liberia and we colonized. Listen, I pulled up the other day and I'll show you again. Every state had Negroes leaving there going to Liberia, y'all. How is that possible? In 1830, I thought we both been coming from Africa. How is we going? It wasn't nothing about us being Congress. We had niggas that was over here doing this colonization around us, as we had people that were being put in schools and being trained to do this, trained to do that in this corporation. Some kind of way, we didn't get the memo. Just totally different lies, absolutely. Totally different lies that was told and put us in the trick. So y'all, let's go back over here.
Some Jews invest in individuals, not the group. Individuals invested in the Royal African Company. They did not have a significant, important role in the British slave trade or the company's operation. Remove the slave story. These are prisoners of war. What war? Oliver Cromwell's war.
War of the land, war of the world. Okay. Chief Oziko say, look up the Chief Trura regulator camp in Burke County. Y'all, make your notes, y'all. We must know what happened to us. Look, they had Indians over there making ammunition. Okay, that's 1812. At the same time, this is around the same time that my great-grandfather had all that land over there in Tennessee, which they in 1945 turned it into the place where they make the bombs. Thought that to be interesting. You said they was 1812, they was making ammunition. But in 1945, they were making bombs over there. What? Jewish Choctaw? What? What? Chief, if you don't, Jewish Choctaw, man, this was a concerted effort from all three coasts. Yes, sir. What is this here you got up here, Chief? Some Jewish, what is this, Chief? Now, see, you finna make me cuss. Why you want to make me mad? I'm gonna have to write my notes on that Jewish
Stop.
Choctaw.
When I talk, your ass better not be stuck in America. When I talk, your ass better not be stuck in Africa. You better zoom out and we can look at the globe. We're gonna look at the whole Eastern Hemisphere. At this time, there's a war going on.
You know, I
and
don't
it's
do
not
that
in
AI
Africa.
thing.
There's a
Everybody
war
put
going
up there
on.
Google. I
It's
don't mess
not
with that
in
thing.
Germany.
Because it don't
It's
give
in
me good
Ireland.
answers.
It's in Scotland.
They
It's
be
in Great
lying.
Britain. And there's a guy named Oliver Cromwell who's going around killing kings.
Ooh,
Black
the Jews
nobility.
that intermarried into the Choctaw.
So now
Ooh, y'all better
Oliver
get this
Cromwell.
lesson.
What does this have to do with what the minister just said? Because the proprietors of Oliver Cromwell, they started the Royal African Company.
We're gonna go look at it. I'm gonna pull it
You
up.
had the East
We're
India
gonna see what they were doing
which
over there.
invested
Okay,
in the 13 colonies. Let's check the
we're gonna
Carfax.
pull it up.
Did the East India Company invest in the 13 colonies?
Great continuation.
Yeah, they did.
You know I'm fighting, don't
Did the
you?
Royal African
You know
Company
I'm
invest in the
fighting.
13 colonies? Yeah,
Gotta
they
stay
did.
out the way of those that
Now,
hate me
which
though.
companies?
But why I stay
Now,
over here on
they
my little
also did it in
live
the
where I'm
Caribbean.
at safe at.
Because Carib, D Calico, is Carib an Irish word?
Yep. Carib is an Irish word.
Carib is an Irish word. The whole the African slave trade. It's not in Africa. That's just the name of it.
Mhm.
Just like the Federal was family.
I have a
Press
question.
5, please.
Who supplied the bodies? You got the merchants. You got the location. Who supplied the bodies?
Prisoners of war.
Since we all saying white folk went into Africa and snatched us from day, then white people couldn't even go inside of Africa because of malaria. It was too
Listen
hot.
at that, y'all. They couldn't even go inside
Yeah,
Africa. So who went inside
we have to
Africa?
look at
Them the Moors,
the
right?
real history and ask the question:
Come on.
who were in collaborative efforts? You had Portuguese, right? People say, always say the Portuguese slave, right? And you also had another entity that was involved, right? We talk about the 13 colonies and the first foundation of colonialism. We got to go back to the 1500s with Spain. There was the first official colony established with Africans. 100 Africans. That's all they brought, and they all ran away.
Yeah,
I'm willing to bet that they integrated with the indigenous people of the Gullah Sea Islands, you now call Geechee Gullah.
See.
That's the theory. Now going back, James colonizes the northern part, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, so on and so forth. Him and William Penn was in cahoots. Look up William Penn if you know who Mr. Penn is. He gave the Quakers a part of that territory as well for religious purposes. And the Brownses and the well, that was it. Then you come down a little further.
Sense when you
East
know
Coast of
how
America,
they
then
did
you have the
things.
Carolina colonies. This is where Crum is talking about with Charles. Later in the 1700s, you're going to have an area called penal colonies.
Okay,
the penal colonies were for white European runaways who promised under contract that they would serve a 7-year term working. And those who would work would allot whatever they grew in their land back to Europe. Once they got there and figured out how hard it was to grow stuff with no experience of agriculture, plus fighting off the Indians, the Pamunkeys, they called the Pamunkey Indians, they hightailed it down south. It went past what we call the Mason-Dixon line. That was free territory. That was Spanish territory because Spain owned everything up to the Carolinas.
Yeah,
all the way over to the Mississippi belonged to Spanish territory. If you get an older map, it's going to say Ottoman Empire.
The Ottoman Empire,
right here in North and South America, you see it say Ottoman Empire. Moors, Spain,
see, but
Spanish,
they hide
whatever you want to call them black people.
They
now
hide the Moors from us.
What Charles does, Charles allots land to the Lord Proprietors for Carolina colonies. The
Lord of the Proprietors.
In commemoration for Queen Charlotte,
before the
they set up Charlotte, North Carolina later. Now, the end of it is these white runaways were brought from the islands to the Georgia colonies under the guise of James Oglethorpe.
Okay, James Oglethorpe, y'all. That's my town.
King George, the successor down the line from King James, gives permission to establish free territory, meaning there's no slavery in the state of Georgia. At the establishment of the state of Georgia, there was no slavery allowed in that state for white runaways.
All right, that's a good time to stop right there. And where's my book? And plug this story in. That's a good time to stop right there and plug this story. Lords of the Ring. Yeah, that's one of their movies, ain't it? They were talking about something, I'm sure. Linda Pierre, how you doing, love? Great continuation. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Right there, y'all. I thought that's a good opportunity for me to share this story. Okay. I got time today, y'all. I started early too, so I won't get tired. The Colonia, Georgia. Okay, that's where we at. We in this book called Welcome Back, Ikaman. I hope your father's doing well. We have the readings. Okay. This book is called The History of the Georgia Forts. Okay. You might hear something you don't like, or about what I'm finna read, or even I might say something you don't like. But let's talk about it. Absolutely. He's still with us. He's still with us, and we want to wish him the best every day. The Colonia, Georgia, 1566 to 1783. The earliest European presence in what is now Georgia was by Spanish, beginning with San Miguel de Guadalupe. That's the first person, right? This is where the word Guale comes from, y'all. Okay? This San Miguel de Guadalupe. There's Gualdape. This is where they got Guale from. Okay? Let's be clear right there. Where approximately 600 colonists, including a few women, and some black slaves. Go figure. I wonder what those black slaves and them few pale-skinned women, I'm sure, if they were probably, because they didn't say they were black, you see, if they was probably the ones that they was going to be breeding, because that was a whole lot of that going on too, right? So it says, and one Indian guide. They had an Indian that was showing them how to get the places they needed to go, as well as horses. Now, they didn't say one horse, they say horses and supplies for 3 months. They sailed from Santo Domingo, Hispaniola in 2 ships under the leadership of Luis Vasquez de Ayllón. The Spaniards landed in Winter Bay, South Carolina. Cabo de San Nicolas repaired the ships and then headed southwest for 42 to 45 Spanish League to find a suitable settlement. Check this out, y'all. Follow me real good right here. To find a suitable settlement. Where did I stop at? My bad. I took my site near or on St. Catherine's Island. Anybody know that area? Y'all gonna feel where I'm going in a minute. Only 150 people made it through the winter and several Indian attacks and returned to Santo Domingo the following spring. The St. Catherine Island Presidio in 1566 to 97 and 1605 to 80 was the earliest European fort that protected the Spanish Franciscan mission St. Catalina de Guale. Y'all with me? Now, this for some Gullah Greeks that got him. This is before anything about Gullah. This is a man named Gullah who brought some people with him to St. Catherine's Island. Okay? The Spanish fort was later attacked and destroyed by the South Carolina forces. Who would be them South Carolina forces in 1680? Those were the proprietaries and the Goose Creek or something. Those people in South Carolina. Okay? And so they destroyed the Presidio, the fort that they had built in 1680. South Carolina people did. The Spaniards abandoned the Presidio for where? Sapio Island. Who stay in Sapio Island? Ain't that where the now known Gullah Geechee supposed to be? In Sapio Island. The site of the mission Santa Catalina de Guale is on the what? The Wamasee Creek, not Yamasee. This is where people was changing names of territory and changing names of people. The Wamasee Creek was there. Those was the Wamasee people, not Yamasee people. This is how a lot of trickery was being going on. Because they took the Wamasee Creek and they excavated the Wamasee Creek. They took the Wamasee Creek out just like they took the Wamasee people out. And then they named them the Yamasee. The Yamasee Moors at that. Anybody know about the Yamasee Moors? The Washita Moors. But then Washita was not with a W-E. The Washita was with a Q. Kuchita. So all of these Lenni Lenape Moors, all these different Moors, y'all. All of these different Moors. And now they want to act like they ain't, but now they want to act like they Aboriginals. And I just wanted to share that to let y'all know that I know people ain't gonna like it what I say, but I don't think those Gullah Geechees is no Indians. I think they're Africans. I think they came here. Because I know Queen Kate is not no indigenous woman to here. She looks more like she's from Africa. I can accept that. Okay? Now, right here, we was talking about Gibraltar. I want to show y'all how James General Overthrow imported 5,000 mulberry trees to try to encourage silk production, but with no success. As an economic venture, Frederica failed as well as Georgia. Okay, that was a place he hadn't set up. Now, lacking sufficient numbers of soldiers, General Overthrow returned to England. Look, y'all, he returned to England to go get some soldiers to come back over here to whoop our butts. In 1737, to raise a regiment of redcoats. Y'all, who is the redcoats? Anybody know anything about the redcoats? He raised up some redcoats from England to bring back over here to take our land. He was given the 42nd Regiment of Foot. I pulled them up on, they in my tree. The 42nd Regiment of Foot, a bunch of men, more last name Moore, Moore. Oh yeah, I seen it with my own eyes, y'all. He was given the 42nd Regiment of Foot, now known as the Overthrow Regiment. See, when they left from over there, they was the Foot, the Regiment of Foot, and the Foot is foot soldier of the crown. Because my 10th great grandpa, who I told you they gave the charter to, he was a foot soldier of King Charles I. And his wife actually was the bridesmaid to the queen. Got this shit on record. So what I'm saying is that we were the Indians prior to 1400. And then we end up being the damn colonizers when they call it, because our people is all of this. That's what I'm finding out. And I don't understand it, but we will understand it by and by if we continue to persevere and find out the truth. Because right now, a lot of us is still under the impression that we're slaves, we're niggers, we're black. I mean, I hear niggas every day holler, well, this is Negro land. No, it's not. And they ain't got no records. They ain't prove that they even from this land. But they will sit here and keep doing the bullshit. And it's deceptive and it's confusing to people who really, really don't know and want to. So he ended up, Overthrow Regiment, consisting of 250 men from where? Gibraltar, y'all. He went back over there and brought 250 men from Gibraltar, 300 men recruited in England, and 45 men from the Tower of London, y'all. 1737, this is what Overthrow did when he came to Georgia. She do what? She who? Oh, oh, get him, Mama T. Y'all funny. But, you know, I wanted y'all to see that. How these people were bringing people over here to fight us. Do you know the Union soldier was also consisted of Russians and Germans? And then 4 years later, the leader of the Union soldier became the president. So can you see how the enemy was being set up amongst us within our own realms? So Georgia and placed nearly 1,000 men under his command. Returning from England, the regiment fell in for the first time on September the 28th, 1738. Y'all, I just wanted to add that in there. I hope y'all enjoyed me adding and plugging that in there. Now we're going back to this video.
The Irish white runaways, the Redlegs. Not for it was no black slavery in the 17 nothing.
Yes, they did get naturalized.
It
That's
exists.
right.
You don't get black slaves on plantation until about 1825, 1830, when King Cotton took over. And this is important for us to understand. We are merging time.
Y'all heard him say 1830?
Understand?
He said when
history.
King Cotton took over. Oh, wait,
Talking
hold it. Did y'all hear that? 1830, y'all. Ain't that what I just now talked about? 1830? How we leaving here? How we going over? I mean, it's a lot of us, ain't it? How is we leaving here going on the reservation? We leaving here going to Africa out of every 50 state they done set up. We're leaving here going out of every one of these going to Africa. How is it? How is it? No, they can't. Well, go ahead. I'm finna play this.
Slaves and slavery. We can't help it. I get it. It's like on the groceries. We can't help it. In our mind, we don't even see white people. That's why when you're talking about this stuff, bro, you should have the pictures on the screen.
Right.
It's called iconoclasm. Give them the image.
Yeah, get the image.
Let them see it.
Let's see it.
Because if you Google slave, you're gonna see us up there for some reason.
Yep.
You won't see them up there. I'm serious. It's crazy. Skynet.
Y'all see what Shanghai was? Y'all know a place named Shanghai, right?
You put in Skynet first slaves. They should take you back to ancient Rome.
Let me show y'all.
Those were the first slaves.
Shanghai, right? Y'all know about. We know about a place called Shanghai, right? But look up on the screen. Shanghai, a force, someone to join a ship that's lacking a full crew. So just think about the pirates, how they was on the ship. And every time they get somewhere, they might not have a full crew, right? They need some more folks on that boat to do what they're gonna do. So what they do? They drug them people. They drug the people and use other underhanded means to get people on their damn ship. Y'all see that? That's called Shanghai. So these Moors was pirates and they were sailors on the sea. They was what they call vagabonds. They was what you call gypsies and all of those type names, right? That goes along with them. They had no land. They had no inheritance. And whoever wrote the Bible, their story that written in the Bible about the Moabites and the Hagarites and all of them was that they lost their essence. They turned white and their hair turned yellow. Now that's what was supposed to happen to the original people, and they was cast out. And that's when the Moors claimed they pent them up in the mountains and then they the one let them out. All that kind of story stuff, you know. But whatever the truth is, one thing we know for sure is that these people have come upon us and they've done all kind of wicked things like this, drugging and robbing. Look, robbing sailors, sometime arranging for them to be shanghaied aboard tramp the boat. They was killing people everywhere they went because they know that they had no inheritance. They were seafarers. And they had no inheritance. So therefore, that's why they stand with us now and say they are us and that this they land. Okay? Well, hell, they don't even have an attire. What do you mean? The majority of the Africans that I used to see, they didn't have no real attire back then. I mean, before they got some attires now, but they wasn't dressed. It wasn't like that. The wild men of Africa, the more tapestry German, yeah, that kind of stuff too, yeah. Yeah, the hairy men of Africa and stuff. Absolutely.
Hey, brother, like you just made me kind of like further how I might think what William Penn meant, because we know William Penn brought those first
Shout out
Slavs,
to the 10, y'all still hanging in here
over
with
here.
me.
And when you
Yeah,
say
I appreciate
penal, it seems like that's more most likely what is William, the name Penn is coming from. You feel me? Because he had a penal colony, which started right there in Pennsylvania.
Teach.
William Penn did have the penal colony. William Penn also was a huge advocate for what we would call abolitionists later. The abolitionist movement, with Frederick Douglass, all them got involved in a little bit later. The abolitionist movement was a political movement against certain people being enslaved. They gave you Quakers. The Quakers were huge advocates of this system. Abolitionists. That's when you get the first. Now we get into. Keep in mind, y'all. We're talking about 1700s, 1600s. We're talking about Virginia. Now we're more in the 1700s. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about Charles and everybody. We're in the 1700s. What happens in 1776 in North America? 1700s. What happens in 1717, 1726? We're talking about the 100-year Indian War with what's his name? Chief Metacom in that same territory in Pennsylvania, in Virginia. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to tell it as world history and not isolated incidents.
That's true.
If we keep repeating isolated incidents, then none of y'all will ever understand this shit. Until you start saying, like, well,
all right,
wow, this
Chief,
was happening.
we're not trying to go to heaven. I don't know who
1663
you
here,
is.
over here,
But we ain't
this was
trying to go
happening
to
at the
heaven.
same time, and this caused this, and this is how this works. It's one big
I know
giant
I'm not.
puzzle piece.
I don't believe in that.
So I'm glad we get
and I
into this
definitely don't
situation
believe
right
in you,
now.
Jesus.
And Crum is telling you about the white
Appreciate
slave,
you, though, coming
white
over.
servitude, but they masqueraded as
Continuation.
indentured servitude. It's the same as slavery. A lot of us didn't know up until 9-10 years ago that the word slave comes from the word Slav, or who are the Slavic
That's
people.
how we got tricked. With
Crum went over
Jesus.
that as well. Which set of juices were involved in this slave trade? And I don't mean the ones that are doing it. They're not the slavers, by the way.
In the church stuff.
There were a group of
Even
juices who were the
COVID
financiers
too?
for these merchant ships. I'm gonna pass the mic after this.
Okay, you can.
Who in the comments can
you
tell
can
me
keep
who was
your
the
thoughts
first
to yourself about
paid
what I'm gonna
contractor
do. Okay?
to ship bodies over here to America?
You
First
came to the wrong room
paid
for that. Go
contractor.
quick somewhere else, please.
16th, 15th, 17th century.
That gets
The
offended.
world was under what's called merchantism. Merchantism.
We don't need your
The
salvation
law of the
over here
sea.
today. I mean, I'm just saying. Of all the things you could have came here and said. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Y'all got y'all ranch. Do something with him because I ain't gonna be bothered with no religious clown up in here with me. Ain't no telling who it is.
There was no capitalism at that time. There was monarchy and mercantilism. Who was the biggest merchant of that time? I'll give you a clue. Between Spain and England, the two biggest merchants at that time. So who issued the first contract? And the contract becomes important because now it becomes a lawful legal system on the contractual basis. Now you don't need privateers anymore or pirates anymore. Now it's a legal, lawful thing to do it. I'll give it to you. John Hawkins was the first paid contract by Queen Elizabeth to ship bodies over here. Everything else is fabricated. I yield the floor.
Okay, I want to ask this.
Virginia is your heaven,
Let me share
really
screen.
now?
The minister said, "Show pictures." Listen, listen.
Must be
Say
nice.
say less.
But beautiful.
I got you. I got you. Share screen. Wrong button. Stop. I was trying to organize everything while he was talking, but I didn't apparently move fast enough. Here's my question. Why did Jamaican flag look like the Confederate flag? Anybody? Why does the Jamaican flag look like the Confederate flag? Anybody?
Hey, a better question is, why does it have an all red field? Like I always use this. This is the only flag that actually represents the treaty because it has those 12 stars represent the colonies, and the star in the center actually represents Mississippi. So the treaty should include both parties, right? That would be the colonies and the Moroccans. And this flag is the only thing that represents that. That's why the Star Spangled Banner is not a flag.
Well, I'm gonna say this right here, and I'm gonna challenge y'all to go look at this. We don't have time to get into it today. There's a lot of information, great information. Now go look up what's called the Galactic Cross. And the Galactic Cross represented the Confederate nations of North America. That's why you only see the Galactic Cross being flown in the Southern District of the southern part of the Confederacy. There's a whole Confederate nation over here in North America prior to anything. That's why you ask the Moors, how old is that flag? It ain't older than the Confederacy. The Confederate nations that were already here, because prior to the Confederate nations of North America, they didn't fly flags. Flags is a new concept. Banners, these are all new concepts. They didn't fly flags. You can't say a 50,000-year-old flag or 5,000-year-old flag. It's ridiculous. That's what you see right there. It's called the Galactic Cross. It's a cross turned sideways, not an X. And at the time of this right here, there were no 13 colonies. They only had 9. You just went through the history, right? William Penn, them, King James sets up the first colonies. The Carolina colonies are not established yet. And neither is Georgia colony. It's established in mid-1700s by James Oglethorpe. What 12 colonies?
I
13
told
stars
y'all
y'all
we
talking
family
about?
up in here,
Represents
y'all.
what? They weren't even the United Nations yet. There was no United States yet. 1776 just happened. They ratified it in 1778 to give it a constitution. How old is this flag? When you follow the timeline they give you, a lot of this stuff get ruled out. When you follow the timeline. I'm not saying, y'all know me. Don't believe
Yes,
what I tell
ma'am,
y'all. This
sis.
information. Do your own
Got
research
some
on
good
it.
information, y'all.
Look up the Galactic Cross, and you'll find that flag right there dates back before the colonies were set up.
Definitely. Like you say, down in South America, you'll see the Mayans with that X. You see it in all the indigenous cultures. It's always been, that one anomaly that they all share, that X, or that hand symbol where they both got the 2 hands up like the car symbol.
Yep.
It's certain symbols you find all around the world.
Well, just for continuity, especially within the last century, the last
What has nothing to do with the Moors? The
millennia, I
flag
guess, 2,000 years. Anyway,
or this conversation?
the Confederate flag comes from the Scottish flag. Let's just check the facts. Follow me here, because this is going to be a little bit weird. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong button. Yeah, it should show Scottish flag in here. Yeah, there we go. There's the Scottish flag. There's the Scottish flag. There's the Confederate flag. There's the Scottish flag. This is the same thing as the Jamaican flag. Jamaican flag.
Just
Now,
think they all
let's
in
minus
cahoots making
the
up
colors.
flags
Because if you
to
look,
swing on somebody
that's
else's
kente.
soil.
that pattern, kente cloth. That's the kente cloth pattern. Let me see if I can find it in particular. Jamaica flag, kente cloth. Jamaican flag. Almost ready. Kente cloth. So the Jamaican flag comes from kente cloth. This is from Bantu. This is Bantu. This is important because they're going to tell you when you listen to, well, actually here, let me play this for the minister real quick. Minister, check this out real quick.
This is why Scottish people sound like Jamaicans. The Scottish and Irish were enslaved. They actually helped to build New York City and a lot of America. Those Scottish slaves traveled to America as well as the Caribbean. And this is why today in Jamaica, the Jamaicans be sounding like this. And before Jamaica.
That's why they all up in New York. Did y'all just hear what he just said? They have built it. Who knew? Everybody over here, oh, I'm an Indian. Listen, who knew? Everybody is not who they say they is. Let's be clear.
Jamaicans were actually speaking Spanish.
Yeah.
But in the 1700s, these Irish, Scottish, indentured servants or slaves were sent either to America or to the Caribbean, also as well. That includes Jamaica.
come on,
This is
Jack.
why you have the white Jamaicans. If you go to Jamaica, you'll be thinking that the man is from Scotland. They'll tell you, me just a white Jamaican. Me not lame man. But when you start to go to Jamaica and you see there's black and white Jamaicans, even though black and white equals a social construct, because the term race did not exist until after the 1500s. They used this term to split and divide us from each other. Instead of looking at the love that we're supposed to have for each other, we are too busy looking at this.
I don't want to hear no damn love. Look, I didn't sign up for all of that shit. Listen.
Hey, you can end live off that. He sounded straight.
But yeah, D Calico, I know your time is running short. Give us your closing thoughts, and we'll try to land this plane.
Man, it's always, an amazing PowerPoint. And hopefully you still let people purchase the PowerPoints. Y'all can go to Crumb TV ads if that's still available. Every PowerPoint you've ever seen my brother construct is available to the public. Like, we not gatekeeping nothing. I know certain videos might be members only or whatever. They might not even make the cut, but the PowerPoints will always exist. Y'all tap in with Crumb TV ads, support one way or another. Ain't nobody, asking for a handout, we giving away the knowledge, and a little reciprocation is always, well received. So, one love, people.
Real quick, where can they find you at?
Oh, you can find me at Crumb TV.
There's other places, but I'll accept that. Thank you again.
Yeah,
brother.
I mean, and those who know, they know.
Shadow Band family, he got a bunch of them. I'll drop some links in the description. Thank you so much. Let's talk again.
I appreciate it.
Peace, brother. Derek, what happened?
Okay,
there we go. Yeah, the minister, as usual, is all wise, right, and exact. Please.
Okay, let me see. Is he trying to go off? I don't think he's going to be here.
No, please continue. I want to hear the rest of the Kente joint. I want to hear this.
Called Negro.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
All right.
just to kind of back up just a little bit, because I still got 100 points to touch.
Yeah, I didn't think he was
Oliver
gonna get
Cromwell.
off. Oh yeah, okay, we got a little ways.
He has red hair.
I didn't think he was gonna get off. We
This
got
is
some
by
more
no
stuff to go over here, y'all.
coincidence.
We got some more stuff to go over here, y'all. Okay.
The flag, the Confederate flag looks like this because the Confederate flag, in short history, is going to come from the Scottish flag. Oh, Crumb, that's a war flag.
What do
war?
you consider the Confederate flag? That
Oliver
was the
Cromwell.
battle flag, the one with the
Oliver
13
Cromwell
stars
killed a
on
freaking
it.
king. That's
It
a big deal.
3, 3, 3, 6, 9, 12, and then they had the one in the middle.
I'm not going to get into the
That's
juicies,
the flag
but
that the
we'll
Crockers
talk about
think
that
is
another
their
day.
flag.
Anyway,
That's our flag,
so now
right? That's what you're saying, right?
those
That's what you
people.
said to Hunger?
Okay, the minister asked. He said, "Where did they get the
I think that's
bodies?"
what you're saying too, yeah.
That's a good question.
And sis got them 13,
Let's see,
them
can we
13.
answer that question? Shanghai. Meaning. So let me back up. Yes, Shanghai is a city.
Chickamauga. Absolute. You're right. Yep.
It's called a municipality.
Yep. You're right. That's right.
You have
Right, Chief.
the federal government, you have the state government, and you have the municipal government.
But Shaq, are you
Municipal
familiar
is
with? I
covering
sent you a link.
everything.
Look over there.
City,
Are you familiar with
town, parish, borough, blah blah blah. These are all
Negro
municipalities.
land in Africa?
So Shanghai, first and foremost, is a municipality. That's a true statement. However, Shanghai is where they were building boats. They're called treasure ships.
You ain't up here yet. Okay.
Treasure ship. Images. So they're building these ships the size of a city.
Y'all want me to go in on some more
Treasure
stuff? I got
ship
some more
is a
stuff I
ship
want to share with
the
y'all. I'm gonna share with y'all
size of a city. It can hold like some ridiculous
Circle,
amount of
what is
people,
the Circle 7?
10,000, 20,000,
Y'all know about that Circle
100,000. I
7?
don't know, but it's some
You know about the
ridiculously
Circle 7?
big.
You know what it is?
Voyage consisted of 63 ships crewed by 27,670 men. 63 divided by 28. What is 63 divided by 28,000?
Mhm.
28,000 divided. What is 28,000 divided by 63?
Oh no, that ain't got nothing to do with us because we wasn't Negroes.
It's only
Negroes
about
came from
400
Africa.
men on each boat.
Show you about
But I
that
think
word
the biggest
Negro and
treasure
the
ships could
Greco.
hold like
Niggas want to be Negroes, but that's them. That ain't
10,000
me.
people or just some
We are not
enormous,
Negro.
ginormous number. So these are treasure ships. They're in Shanghai. Question is, how do you find 10,000
Y'all can't
people
see that.
to get on the boat?
There we go.
That's what the minister said, right? Shanghai.
They tricked them people. Get on that boat. You gonna we finna go
Talking to
find
my
some
ear.
gold.
So that's a good question.
We finna go find
So
some gold.
what they did is they would Shanghai people. I'm trying to convince you that you're not a slave. So please, before you jump up and fight me, just listen, because I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to tear you
Oh,
down.
that Circle
I'm
7. You
trying to
heard
convince you
what?
that you
What's the
were
name? Tell me
not
the Circle
the
7.
slaves.
Cosmo
They
telling
had
his
these really
song.
big ass boats. The minister said, how did you get the people on the ship?
Is that what
They
you
had
talking
these
about?
really big ass boats. This is before slavery. And they would
Yeah. That's what you
Shanghai
talking about.
people because Europe didn't have those boats, not at that capacity.
Yeah.
The other people who had boats were smaller than Europe. Europe had the biggest boats. The Spanish Armada was small.
Shout out to Cosmo
So now you
and
got these
Cal.
huge boats, and they would have
And
to kidnap
Awasp.
people and force them on the boat. Oh, Crumb, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about slavery. No,
Yep.
because if I say slavery, you're going to think black people. Crumb, why you say no? Because if I say the word slavery, for
It's the
whatever
first thing that
reason,
comes to your
black
mind.
people have a monopoly on that word, and it's not just it's not that ain't right. So, just to give you a little more context.
Okay, I got you. I got you, Tahanga.
I was going to say Benjamin.
Mhm, okay.
Benjamin Franklin wanted to be Shanghaied. I'm not going to go there right now.
What you mean he wanted to be Shanghai?
Just know that for another random bit of information that you'll probably never need to know. So anyway, Oliver Cromwell, it tells you after he killed the king, he has a military victory. It says right here in the first paragraph, everybody knows Wikipedia. You might not like Wikipedia, but you know Wikipedia. In the first paragraph, it says after he killed them, he established the Commonwealth, which is the government. After he establishes the government, Control F. I'm going to type in Jamaica.
Uh-oh.
And it says right here, because remember, Cromwell is the one who's going to help establish North and South Carolina.
Uh-oh, y'all hear that? That's who
Cromwell and his
remember?
people are going to help establish.
One was
why
a
did the Minister
colony
of
of
Information
slaves, and
say
the other was
North
a
and South
breeding
Carolina?
colony.
Why didn't he say Maryland? Why didn't he say Vermont? I don't know.
Because they had plans for
He said North and South Carolina because that's what Oliver Cromwell said state. It says the activities between November and September of 55 and 56 had, however, reopened wounds in the 1640s and deepened whatever. In late 1654, Cromwell launched the Western Design Armada against the Spanish West Indies.
Then they want to show all the
in May of
we know
1655, captured Jamaica. Never forget. Oh, Crumb, Minister of Information.
Oh,
Do you see this?
Oh, yeah. I remember reading that the other night, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in Jamaica, they speak patois, right? You know that, right?
Right.
Who
Well,
knew
do you
this?
know
Did
when
y'all
they
know
started
anything
speaking
about
patois?
this type of history? Which I've heard about it in school, but
They didn't start speaking patois until Oliver Cromwell came there.
Come on, y'all.
It says right here, the invasion of Jamaica took place on May 1655. 1655 is the 17th century.
17th century.
Oh, Crumb, the 1600s, the 16th century. Family, I don't know why, but if they say the 16th century, they're talking about the 1500s. If we say
Because they gave us
the
they added a whole
17th century, we're
1,000
talking about
years
the
on our history,
1600s.
y'all.
1655, Cromwell takes over Jamaica.
No,
Oliver
I don't.
Cromwell, and this is where I'm at.
That's a white
Oliver
man book.
Cromwell
A white man
acquired
did
new
that on
colonies in the
WASP
America
in the
known as the
1900s.
Western
We had
Design.
the
Why
Algonquin
did the
Bible in
minister
the
bring up North and
I
South
ain't studying that
Carolina?
mess. Don't bring me no WASP.
Because that's
None of
dealing
that.
with
No,
Oliver
sir.
Cromwell in the
No. That ain't got
just
nothing to do
like
with our people.
Jamaica.
That got to do with the Crockers.
Oliver
They
Cromwell
writing
is
too
going
in
to
there in
send, he's going to
1900.
Shanghai
The
a
Crockers
bunch of
didn't get here to
people
1903.
and send them to Jamaica.
I ain't studying that. Y'all.
That's
Y'all
why.
do what you want to read. Y'all do what you want to do.
Okay, matter of fact, let me just check the Carfax
Only
real quick. When did Jamaicans start speaking patois?
I read the real Bible before I read that.
17th. He gets there.
I mean the King
He
James.
gets there
Not read
1640.
King James before I read the WASP.
Let me
I
just
wouldn't
check
even
the
want to
Carfax
touch
one more
that.
time. Let me check the Carfax
I
one more
wouldn't want
time.
to touch that book because I
Let me
already
just
know
go back to
man
Control F,
that been in for sure.
and I'm gonna hit Jamaica. It says 1655.
They like the rest of that shit.
He gets there 1655. When do they start speaking patois? When do Jamaicans start speaking patois? He gets there 1655. They start speaking patois in the 17th century. Why do they speak patois in the 17th century? Because Oliver Cromwell shanghaied the black nobility from Ireland and sent them to Jamaica. Jamaica is the home of the black nobility under the war flag.
He shanghaied them and sent them back.
Oh, that Chrome, that's the war flag, the Confederate flag. That's the what war? The war that killed a freaking king and set into place the Commonwealth. Crumb, you know Jamaica's a Commonwealth, right?
But you keep saying
Jamaica
the battle
speaks the
flag.
Queen's
You
English.
gotta understand what he's putting down right here. He's letting you know that battle flag was Cromwell's
Jamaica,
flag.
Everybody like to get
us
Irie.
over here talking about no Confederate.
Oh, you know, Jamaica, all things Irie. Everybody in Jamaica, all things Irie.
That had to do with Cromwell and what
you
they
know, my cousin,
now.
he from Jamaica. He from the Yard. What Yard? Scotland Yard.
Listen.
And you know, I always wondered why Jamaicans and Irish people and pirates all sound the same.
What accent is the Irish matey? Hold on. Can you see what I see? Yeah. Is the pirate accent Irish?
That's why Marcus Garvey had so much play.
Hold on. Is the
Shout
pirate
out to the
accent
12.
Scottish?
Y'all up in here now, y'all. I better call out y'all names. Let me get ready to shout y'all out. I don't know who else. Somebody else.
Okay, hold on.
But shout you out.
Alright, matey.
Oh, that's nice.
It says I be a pirate. That was a Scottish
What is
Irish
it?
accent, not an
Grateful.
English West Country farmer's accent. They're playing around.
Similarities though, you can hear it because the next group of people, not the next, but in succession, but the group of individuals also came to those islands were people from India.
Hindustan.
From
brother.
India.
You mean Hindustan?
Go ahead.
You mean Hindustan?
Can I be racist for just a moment?
Thank you, Ekman.
Okay, here we go.
What are people in Ireland famous for doing all day? What do the Irish do all day?
Oh, they drink.
I'm gonna get my Moorish.
They drink.
My Moorish book.
What do pirates do all day?
They drink and fight.
What do pirates drink?
Irish mouse.
Rum.
What do Irish?
Matter of fact,
Irish drink?
if they're not drinking rum out there, because islanders drink a lot.
They drink a lot.
If they're not drinking rum, what type of moss they drinking?
And what do the Goose Creek men? They drink a lot too. Remember that? They talk about it. Do a lot of drinking. Them islanders,
Listening audience.
all islanders. They do a lot
Oh
of
God. Irish moss, crazy.
Irish moss.
Why are they drinking Irish moss in Jamaica? Jamaicans, if y'all not drinking no
Because of the Irish.
rum, you're drinking Irish moss.
Why?
Why
Irish?
y'all drinking Irish? Why? Why y'all drinking Irish moss in Jamaica? Why y'all get Irie with Irish moss, Jamaica? You're drinking Irish moss. You're getting Irie. You got the Scottish flag. You got the Irish accent.
Sharon, you see that Irish mouse? Gotta
What's
get me some.
what's really going on, Jamaica?
What's really going on?
Somebody gonna have to talk to me about this. Dots.
So
That's what
Irish
Ben
mouse
said.
ain't even
Wait, his son-
Jamaican
his son,
stuff.
Marcus
It's
Garvey back over there, didn't he?
Irish mouse ain't
His son-
even Jamaicans. I always
Don't say
thought it
back.
was from the Jamaican,
Yeah,
right?
his son of man.
But go find out it's not even, it's Irish.
That's connected.
Yeah, Dots connected.
It's
Checkmate.
Irish.
Now, I want to spend some time next time going into the
Look at
other
Brad
side of
Goblin.
history,
Brad
because not only
Goblin,
was the Irish
he
and
pale
Scottish
skin, but he getting that
individuals
information
brought to
to
those
you.
islands, but we know that other
Can't
people were
hate.
brought to the islands, and that's what gives us
Congratulations. Let's get it.
our bomba clot mixture of people that are on those islands. And there's really no designation. And I'm saying this ain't no business, because as I'm saying this, I know all about the Arawak and Taino and the Caribs, and listen, I get it. I got it. You're talking about certain parts of history where other individuals were brought to the island. Like I said earlier, Indians from India were brought to the island too. You have a lot of Indians that speak patois in places like St. James, which is certain designated areas where people
Yes,
look
it
like
is
they're from the land of India, red dot, no feather Indians, but they speak with an accent like they're from Jamaica or speak patois. And then later, the other royal bloodline who settled in New Orleans, who were the high-class free Negroes, the light-skinned ones, who you'll call Creole, they also are part of that slave trade also. And also you have other Moors who were a part of that integration slave trade as well. So it's a lot of history unpacking that in that area, dealing with them Irish folks. The Irish folks eventually, the red-legged ones eventually got their freedom papers and came on up north for freedom. Not your people. They did.
Correct. Brother, did you ever see the movie Last King of Scotland?
Nope, heard about it. Oh yeah, my boy.
With the eye.
Forrest
With yeah, Forrest Whitaker with the Uncle Ruckus eye. Well, in that movie, Last King of Scotland, that movie was about Idi Amin, the leader of Uganda. So the question is, why would you make a movie about the leader of Uganda and you call the movie Last King of Scotland, and this dude in the movie in Africa, he's dressing Scottish? Why are you not wearing African garb? Why are you out here wearing kilts and stuff? I thought that stuff was for white people. Why y'all doing that? Well, what if I told you guys that when the first people went to Ireland, it was the Twa people. The Twa people, these were black people, they went to Ireland, and this is where the mythos of what people come from. What do you call these Twa people, the first people in Ireland? What do you call them, Minister? Do you know what you call them? The first
what?
The first black people, the first people to ever go to Ireland were black people, and they were Twa. Do you know what the Twa look like, Minister?
Yeah, it's pygmies.
Twa, pygmy. Come on. TWA. Somebody in the comments got to know what I'm talking about. Leprechauns. They called us leprechauns. The leprechauns thing was about you. Crumb. Black people, Jamaicans were really the people in Ireland? Yes. That's not very crazy. Idi Amin tried to tell you. The Twa people tried to tell you. We are the first Europeans. Why, how come when I say slaves, you automatically think of you and me, but when I say Irish and things like that, you don't think about us? I mean, what's going on with our people? Minister, what say ye?
Psychonecrosis. I told you
Mm,
what it
come
was,
on,
psychonecrosis.
come on.
And now you got to put up. I want you to do some homework. Go back and read the definition of psychonecrosis. That's why you have failed to rid yourselves of the encounters you have had with foreigners. You think like them, act like them, walk like them. You take on their ideologies, their xenophilias, all that stuff. That's what psychonecrosis is. You can't help it. You literally cannot help it. Slave. All you see is niggas in the cotton field. You don't think about nobody else prior to that. You don't think about nothing else happening in the world prior to that. The flood, Bible, boom, right there. So it's a certain phrases we can say that your mind automatically associates with subconsciously with a certain group of people. Now, what I would have said, showing the Twa, I mentioned earlier, the Fighting Irish, or what do they call them? Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish,
Bingo.
that's a pygmy.
That's a pygmy. Oh my fucking God! I didn't get it. Hold on. We're gonna have to dissect this.
Anytime you see the movie Leprechaun, he's little. It's a pygmy.
Fighting Irish.
Or what do you call it? Trolls. They're small.
He's a freaking pygmy.
A little pygmy, yeah.
He's a pygmy. That's a pygmy all day. That's a pygmy all day. Now, I'm gonna say this as well. Going back to patois, matter of fact, here, no, let's stay with pygmy. Every single ancestor from Homo erectus were all pygmies. Images. Hold on. Was Homo erectus pygmy? They playing with me. Homo sapien was one of the tallest ones. There's only one other, which is the Africanoid, that's taller than the Homo sapien. Everybody else is shorter than the Homo sapien. Every single creature that they've identified, the Homo this and the Homo that, they were all pygmies. Let me try one more, then we'll move on. Was Lucy a pygmy? Oh my freaking God. They playing around. Lucy was... How tall was the skeletal remains of Lucy?
Yeah, how tall?
3 foot, 3.5 feet.
That see, to get the right answer, the right question. Now, if you look up how tall the troglodytes were, they were only 5 foot tall. None of them were over 5 foot. They were 5 and under, making them also well.
They were all short, correct. They were all because the pygmies were the first ones, according to Dr. J.A. Rogers. So now, let's go look at the language, because Dr. Malachi Z. York said if you want to follow the people, you follow their language. Is patois a mix between Irish and Bantu? God dang it. It's not primarily, but Irish and Bantu languages heavily influence patois. Why? Because are the Twa Bantu? Why they keep doing whatever? I don't. So the Twa are a Bantu-speaking people. These Bantu people go over to Ireland. They meet up with Queen Scotia and the gang, who are the ones who are going to bring the Gaelic language. They marry the two. These people become black nobility. And then there's a revolution where the king is killed. Go back to the video I did with the Minister of Information yesterday. We talked about, Minister, do you remember the video yesterday where I talked about how the Khazars had the King Ferdinand ousted?
Yep.
This is the same thing. Cromwell had the king ousted. And just like they created the Soviet Union, Cromwell created the Commonwealth. So now the Hebrew Israelites, y'all sitting here hating on it. Somebody said, y'all not
Christopher Crib.
Hebrew Israelites, it's Hebrew
Great to
Israelites.
see you. Great
And
continuation.
y'all know me and the
Thank
minister
you for
don't be
gracing
playing
me
that
with
Hebrew
your
Israelite crap.
presence.
But in this case, it does seem a little bit accurate. The Hebrew Israelites said you guys got banished. And y'all sit here press 666 if you heard about, no, I'm sorry, press 109 if you heard about the Jews being kicked out of 109 countries. It's kind of, I'm not gonna say viral, but let me just type in 109, see what comes up. I'm just curious.
Excuse me.
109. Let me just type in 109 JEW, see what comes up. Were the Jews expelled from 109 countries? Y'all be so quick. When I say slave, you automatically think about black people. When I say Jewish, you automatically think about the Khazars. Minister, there's only one time when black people are willing to acknowledge we got kicked out of a country. Do you know what country that was that black people are willing to, some black people are willing to acknowledge that we.
Spain.
Can you talk about
That
that?
was
Because
the
we seem to
Moors
only think
got
the
kicked
Jews.
out. Yeah, them black.
Well, it was the Jews. They're called Sephardic.
No, I thought it was the Moors. Come on, 'cause they're the same people. Wait a minute, y'all get this. Let's get it,
Black
y'all.
Jews. In fact, pull up the picture of the brother standing in New York. Put up the old Canaanite temple, Moorish Canaanite temple.
Old Moorish Canaanite temple.
How come y'all ain't got your ranch?
No, this isn't it.
Not that one. Just pull up the
Tahunga and Chief. Why y'all don't have y'all ranches?
Moors, I think it is.
Not y'all don't
Early
have y'all
1920s New
ranches.
York.
I don't see them. I gave them to you, Arthur. Y'all don't have y'all moderator ranches.
That's Drew Arlene a little bit later. That's when it was the Moorish Science Temple. I thought the Moorish Temple of Science.
I mean, what's
The
up?
first one. The one that Drew Arlene went to go resurrect.
Yeah, you got to type in Zionist. That was a Zionist temple.
And you guys should know what Zion means. Zion means.
Yeah, I see Arthur Ranch.
In case you don't know what Zion means, don't get scared of that word Zion. Zionists. These are Jerusalem. The Jesuits. Ooh, you boogity. But here we go right here, right? So these are the ones.
I don't see Elkamon's Ranch.
That's a rabbi or
I don't see
Rabboni.
Tahunga Ranch.
And they got the Moorish.
I don't see a Knox Ranch. Y'all with your ranch yet? I gave it to you.
And upon being
I'm gonna remove it and give it back. Let's see what happens.
Some of them actually came over to North America. Wasn't the colonies quite yet. The colonies still getting this shit together, but you know, a lot of them came over here to North America. A lot of them went to South America, actually, and they reallocated themselves as we call something different. What's the word? Ladino. Put up the word Ladino. I'm gonna use it.
Some of y'all got ranches.
Ladino is Lando. Ladino.
Y'all, wait a minute. Let me
what does it say? Can't see.
Jack, I sent you the link. Where you at?
No, this isn't a white clover.
No, not that. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here's the second one. Ladino, the language of some Sephardic Jews, especially formerly in Mediterranean countries.
Okay, y'all. How y'all doing? Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and call y'all name out because I appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. We got a knot. Okay, there go your ranch. Ickamon, there's your ranch. Okay. Everybody got their ranches. Okay, I'm happy. Chief. Goddess Pachamama. That's right. There y'all go. Tahunga. Arthur up in here. Sharon up in here. Christopher Creel. I'm honored. Thank you so much. And Charles Johnson is up in here. He was up in here with me. Pahatan. Yeah, Pahatan Wild Savage is up in here. Oh, and my sister Sharon Walker. Man, I'm just so excited y'all came and hanging out with me. Well, like that's about Shaq. I don't know what happened. I gave you the link on your phone. Look on your phone. Let's see. Anybody else did I miss? Did I miss anybody? Yo, it's been a fantastic day because y'all know me. I'm about this life. And Chief came up in here. I don't know what Chief he was. I wish I knew who he was. But he's a Christian chief, so peace out to you though, Chief. Thank you for coming over. Who else came up in here? Enoch came in. Was it Enoch and Enoch? No, it's just Enoch today. Y'all be giving me with that Enoch and Enoch, right? Well, I am so happy that you enjoyed it. Okay. And I want to finish it, y'all, because at the end, all the way through, it was just good information for us. And it's going to take me segue into where I'm going with, like I said, what is this? The rise and the fall of the Moors. And so right now he's into Spain when they got kicked out by Isabella and Fernandez, right? And absolutely, you got your ranch. Yes, sir. Yes. Are you a female or male? I think you male, right? Is my energy right? Oh, come on. Because you be putting out a lot of information. I know most people used to think that I was a man because my name was Amar Purpose. And the way I come in the chat with my words, everybody used to thought used to thought I was a man. Yeah, because my name was Whoa. He said, this nigga Whoa, I don't know what he talking about, but okay, I'm good, dude. Thank you. Yes. I appreciate y'all so much for being here. So, okay. Like I said, I got some topics to put my spin on what I think about the Moors because I've had a hard time with them as well. And I know who the enemy is. You know, I felt the energy, my brother. I did. No doubt about it. I just didn't want to be, putting the wrong thing on somebody. I wanted to be sure, but my energy is right. Thank you. But yeah, I literally, if y'all hang with me, y'all want me to, I literally want to go over the circle 7. I really want to tie into that they little pamphlet book that they learned from and share it with you guys if y'all want to, because I think, what you think, Sharon? You know what's in it. What you think? You think that they can stand that today? You think that I should put it? And I'm going back to the White Man Bible too, y'all. I'm going back to the Masonic Bible, okay? Because I got them Bibles too that got different stuff in it than what they gave us to put, that they put in all the little hotel rooms, or it's total different stuff in there. So but we're gonna finish this out, y'all. Get the rest of this information so we can plug it in with where we're going.
Based on the medieval Spanish with a mixture of Hebrew,
I got you, sister.
Greek,
thank you.
and Turkish
Appreciate
words,
your support.
and is written in modified
And all
Hebrew
y'all
characters.
support.
Okay, that's it.
This
I yield the
support
fucking
to
floor.
me.
We got Hebrews talking over here in America before. I can show you some other cool shit too about how the Moor who came over with Cortez also spoke Hebrew to the Indians who spoke Hebrew here as well. So I just wanted to
That's why they say they got.
these are the Hebrews or
You hear what he just said? I don't know why this.
Habaroos that I'm talking about. Remember the Habaroos got kicked out of Egypt? No,
Right.
Yep.
they ran away and Pharaoh was chasing
Habaru.
them. No. Not that story. I'm talking about when they came back. They came back. Yeah, they came back. How they come back? They came back with the son of Jacob. Jacob's son. Brought him back in there. Y'all didn't know that Joseph brought his daddy into Egypt and Pharaoh fed him and gave him land. So next time he
Oh, y'all,
crap about
let me see something here.
remind them. Oh,
Y'all
yeah, they gave
factory,
y'all
are
land.
y'all
Forgot about
really
that.
putting this
Yeah, they brought him
together
back
to
in there.
see?
And what happened was the new Pharaoh, who was taking over, noticed that the Hebrew population was about to outnumber the Egyptian
Wait a
population.
minute, hold on. Okay. This is what I'm saying. Are we seeing how these things that we have heard, because the majority of the people ain't never really read the Bible from the front to the back or from the back to the front, right? Most people don't even know that these things, what he's saying right now, is literally in the Bible, right? Or these different people who have been renamed something that we know in our lifetime, but in the biblical days, I mean not the biblical days because it wasn't that long ago. Don't charge me on that, because that shit, I don't do no ancient time. I don't do no all them 11,000 years ago. Nah, I'm right here, and all I want to go back is 300 years ago and find out how we got right here. All the rest of that, I don't care. I don't care. I just want to know about the 16 when they first started coming over here, the 17 and the 1800. That's as far as I want to go back, because before that, my folks was over here living whatever they was living, and they was indigenous, and they didn't have but one name. Let me be clear. Prior to 1600, they only had, I ain't gonna say one name. They might have had Red Bear Running. They might have had 3-4 different names, but it didn't mean the name that we have, these surnames. These surnames came with Christianity, baptism, and colonization. And being shanghaied. We got shanghaied into a lot of stuff, right? So, yeah, we're gonna go into it, because see, what it looks like is the fact that the Moors, who all these Moors want to tell us who they are over here with us, look like they the ones that got kicked out of, they rise and they fall. Because the Moors were great people. Let's not get this twisted. They did irrigation, they did all the stuff over there. That's why they had all the skills. Everybody knows that. But for them to act like it wasn't all spread all over the world, they wasn't the only one that did it. They did it over there. We did it over here. But they come over here and say, oh, we did it everywhere. Whoa. You can't be in all places. Everybody was different people. We know this. But the Moors will come and say, we're all the same people. So right now we're seeing the difference in all these people, right? And we know this Caucasian right here is now, he is not none of them people we've been listening about today. Them people we've been listening about had color in them, except for the ones, Scotia, who had gotten done with the with them hairy men or something. Something else had happened within that, right? For her to be changed. And she got kicked out the land for it.
That's a population, and they exiled them from Egypt.
See,
correct.
They're always getting exiled everywhere they go.
Everywhere they go,
bloodline, the
they get
royal
kicked out.
noble bloodline. Back to this real quick. That's why I'm showing you that the ones who came over from Spain during the 1493, 93, they got expelled from Spain under King Ferdinand. These were black Sephardic Jews who came over here.
Mm-hmm. Black
Minister, I said it
Jews
once.
that came over
I'm
here.
gonna say it again, and
Moors.
I'm not gonna stop saying
the Jews and the Moors gonna be simultaneous.
Akhenaten's daughter, Queen Scotia, according to J.A. Rogers, instead of going east with her daddy, them crossing the Red Sea or the Reed Sea, she goes west and crosses over to the Rock of Gibraltar or the Rock of Gibraltar. This is the first Iberian
They got you.
in the land of Iber,
Absolutely.
which is now Spain and Portugal. She
Yep.
travels up to Ireland,
It's like
which instead of being
immigration.
Iberia, is known as Hiberia,
Hi, baby.
according to the classic Greek. And over there, she continues her. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm with it.
So she continues what her father did and brings his new religion. Because remember, Cromwell killed those, enslaved those people under religion. And she creates a people just like Yaqub, just like her daddy created, just like Yaqub created the Tamahu, and just like her daddy created the lepers.
They go to Tamahu
She
and the
creates a group of
Yaku
people,
stories and stuff, and the
and
leopard.
they have red hair. Minister, do you know what we
Better
call
research into that.
people with red hair? There's a word for
These
it.
are the
I'll give
stories
you
of
a hint if
stories
you
of the
want it.
Moors, right, y'all? The Moors
Not
and
too familiar.
the Moors.
Starts
The
with
only
a
one I
G.
know of have told those stories. I don't know about nobody else.
Oh, ginger.
Ginger. Minister, do you know what an anagram is?
Yeah,
Anagram. That's
let's
what.
figure out a word.
What's that anagram?
Let me
You know
just
what an
show you this
anagram
real
is?
quick.
Let's see what an anagram.
Anagram. Anagram is the same group of words
Okay. Look.
that create different
Okay, they
spellings.
create different words. Same group of
Ginger
letters that create different
is an
words.
anagram
Okay.
for what word?
What?
Ginger is an anagram.
Not for nigga. Don't say it. Not for nigga. Oh shoot.
Crumb, this is crazy. You
Y'all
talking about
better
black
look at
people
this.
over there, and you keep talking about red hair.
Some ginger or nigger.
See, now you people like
Right.
Dr. Umar, you see the word ginger,
Ginger, but
you
you
be
won't
like, hold
see
on,
nigga.
hold on.
I see nigga.
I don't see the word ginger
I
because
see
this is a
nigga.
little
Y'all
whatever,
see
some
it?
type of thing.
Make that
And they
screen
put
big. Y'all
Umar on it because
see it?
Umar's going to see the racism and everything.
Oh man.
Every time they show you this picture,
Crazy.
it's the Umar sees racism in something. That's what this meme is. So now there's some type of ad, and it's for ginger, and they show the word ginger jumbled up. But when Dr. Umar looks at it, he doesn't see
He
the
don't
word
see it.
ginger.
All
'cause
he sees
this
is
is
ginger.
the
He don't see that nigga there.
racism and everything meme. Dr. Umar
You
sees
see
the
that or
N-word.
not? That's fine, ain't it? I ain't no paid nothing like that.
So
We use ginger.
when
every
I
day.
tell you that
I mean, some
girl,
people do. I do.
Akhenaten's daughter, went to the Maghreb.
It's a nigga.
Maghreb means west. She crosses over to the Rock of Gibraltar. She becomes, now her daddy go east. You keep going east, you're going to go to not Hiberia, which is Ireland. You're going to go to Siberia. That's on the west side. On the east side. If you go far enough east, you'll get to Siberia.
Wow.
But if you go west, you're going to go to Hiberia, which is Ireland. Over in Ireland, Sophia, who has Scotia, who has red hair, starts a breeding program, creates white people with red hair. Some of those white people respect the black nobility. When Oliver Cromwell comes into power, those Negroes and the white people that followed him, where have I heard that story before? Oh yeah, in the Bible. All of those demons who still down with Lucifer, you can go down to earth with Lucifer. All of those white people who down with the black nobility, you can go to Jamaica with the black nobility. I yield the floor.
I just want the audience also to take a look into the Cromwell lineage, because a little bit later, Thomas Cromwell comes into play with the publication, not the publication, but the advocation of the Geneva Bible, or the King Henry VIII Bible, and then the whole religious formation starts throughout Europe, also with the Brownists and the Brownists and Quakers, and that's when you get your first pilgrims coming to America around that same 1600 2032 time frame that James is also colonizing over here. He had a lot going on with the Cromwell family. And they were not nobility, they were just a bunch of aristocrats, the Cromwell family.
After white people overthrow the black nobility, then they finish the religious war. Black people are the real Jews who keep getting kicked out of these countries. Just like your ass got kicked out of Spain, your ass got kicked out of Ireland. And you got kicked out of both of those places for the same reason. You can own, they said there's only one way you're not going to be kicked out of Spain. You got to renounce that goofy ass religion and become a Christian. The same thing they did over there. The second those redheads got the black Moorish nobility out of power, they go get more of these redheads to create this religious propaganda. What was the most famous redhead? Hold on. Was Oliver Cromwell a redhead? Let's just start there real quick. Yes, Oliver Cromwell was a redhead. Was King James a redhead? Yes, King James was a redhead. Family, I need y'all to understand. Red hair is like less than 1% of the world population. All of these people who replaced the black nobility have red hair? Nah. No, that's not a chance. After they replace the black nobility, they come with a religious whitewash.
Look
A
at his
new
chin. Look how
Christian glossy finish
I ain't gonna even do that today. I ain't gonna do that.
on your car.
It's a defect, y'all. Y'all know
We're gonna
it.
give you
Y'all know
a
it.
new McLaren propaganda machine with a glossy Christian finish. Amen, church.
Exactly what happened. And
Let's go to
you
link, y'all.
damn near
If I can
follow
get
the,
us some
we
people up
should
if y'all
anyway.
want to come up and hang
Follow
out
the,
with me. It'll be
ticker tape
fun.
of history. You get your first
You gotta visit
1611
the
publication
link.
of the King James Bible, which is a remake of the Geneva Bible, the one I just told you about with Thomas Cromwell. You get your what's it called? Douay Bible. Like you get a whole lot of versions of the remakes coming out from the original. And everybody knows that the remake of the Bible comes from the original Hebrew text, right?
These white people with red hair. And see, brother, hey, I'm sorry, because now I'm harping. You got my blood pressure up when you brought up religion and the King James. Well, you didn't bring up King James, but you basically did. When you brought up Thomas Cromwell, you brought up King James.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what kind of got me going. But I remember one time you brought up Queen Charlotte too.
Yeah, Queen Charlotte was of the social class that I talked about earlier. We call them Creoles.
Okay, she had
She was
red hair
of that
too.
social class. If you look at Queen Charlotte, and you look up
I think she
free
had red
Negroes,
hair,
it's
though.
gonna take you down to New Orleans because this social
Yeah,
class, this is a whole.
that's all right though.
Minister, I think you went out.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see, Minister, can you hear me?
And stop him, I stop me. Hold on. I muted
Okay,
me.
the minister
Let him
is
go.
not responding.
Okay. Let me stop him. Okay. Now, while he was talking, my mind went to a book I got. And I was thinking about Queen Scotia, what he was talking about her when I went to this book. But he said J.A. Rogers, right? He brought up J.A. Rogers. But then the book that I went to, it's Manly P. Hall. Anybody familiar with Manly P. Hall? Let me see. Can I make sure when I can see where Shaq if anybody come up. Let me get over here so I can see if anybody drop up. Okay. Anybody familiar with Manly P. Hall? Okay. excuse me, it's called The Secret Destiny of America. That's the name of this book that's in my hand right now. You are not, okay. And it says it includes 2 classic works on the mysterious origins and unique mission of America. The Secret Destinies of America and the Americans' Assignment with Destiny. Manly P. Hall, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. Now, I can almost tell you now he's a Mason. For him to have the scope of the information that's in my hand, he would have to be what the Masonic people call an adept. That's what they always said. They was adept, like they had all knowledge. And you know, we would not harm anybody that looked like us that come to us for anything, because we always been that type of people. We're givers, we're protectors of our own. And the people that claim to be Moors all say they look like us. But for what we're learning right here, they was the Jews and the Moor, and I've said that so many times, because it was Christians kicked out, it was Muslims kicked out, and it was the Jewish people that was kicked out. All 3 of them was kicked out together. So in my mind is that they all was working together against the so-called Western Hemisphere, because they always knew we was here, right? So y'all with me? Y'all still with me? Give me something. Let me know I ain't boring you, right? Huh? Okay. I just wanted to tap in a little bit on this destiny, because while I was listening to them, because I be doing a lot of things at one time, I be getting information from everywhere. So appreciate y'all. Appreciate you so much for doing that. The theme and the pattern of this book was first developed in the lecture given by the author at Carnegie Hall. He was up in New York where all the Jamaicans and all that was built up by all them folks up that way, right? In certain places, demographic places. Oh, you better put it on, plug. I can't look where my eyes is while I'm over here talking junk. Where my plug at? While I'm over here talking. Oh, mine's down. I'm glad you back. Yeah, put that plug on. I try to keep it plugged up. Okay, so remember y'all, they be always talking about ley lines and stuff, right? They always want to say about ley lines and we know about certain areas or whatever. So just think about the fact what I'm saying right now when I said about New York and what they already done put in place there. When we just heard dude say the Jamaicans came, and that's why that island right now I see, because I know so many Jamaicans, islanders that got money, and they still still doing business island hopping through New York. So it says that this was December the 2nd, 1942. Okay, so it says here, I just wanted to share with you about this Democrat, because a lot of people, even me, that Republican Democrat situation, I'm not really, all I know is that when I was a little girl, we was the Republic, we did the pledge to the flag only, but this says that the origin of democratic idea World democracy was the secret dream of the great classical philosophers. So this is about philosophers who created the things that we are under now. Are y'all with me? The type of situation somebody sit with their philosophical minds, like Margaret Sanger and these other characters, right? These other people, unhuman or whatever I don't know what to call them for real. But these individuals had a plan. And that's what we need to understand. These people had a whole plan to do what happened to us here on this side. Because they have no inheritance. They wicked. They devious. We got to understand the people that have colonized and the people that we have, like they were saying last night about they done made it with white. They think that because the colonization happened, everybody got to have pale skins in their family, and they might do. But I don't think that the pale skins was here like people think they were. I think there was niggas here. As a matter of fact, I know it was because they was moving too many out of here in 1830. And 35 years after then, that now all of a sudden, we being freed. Stop playing. After a Union War done happened, y'all better look at this timeline, how they done gave this back to us. They done, like they say, they done rewrote our story and rewrote their story and sold it back to us in a whole different way. No, that's why I'm here today, because I'm tired of it. And I'm like, no, we're going to put some pieces together. We're going to see who is who and who been doing what to us. Please, let's do. So, it says that thousands of years, these philosophies now, thousands of years before Columbus, okay? We're talking about thousands of years before the lie. Let's go there first. Before the 1492 lie. Talking about some Christopher Columbus did what? Now, thousands of years before Columbus, they were aware of the existence of our Western Hemisphere and selected it to be the site of the philosophic, what's a philosophic empire? The brilliant plan of the ancients has survived to our time, and it will continue to function until the great work is accomplished. Y'all, that sounds like something we need to know, that the great work can't be accomplished until because we ain't did it yet. What you say? Huh? If we still here and all our ancestors gone, and this right here says what? The brilliant plan of the ancients has survived to our time. And when I hear that, I ain't talking about their plan. I'm talking about the plan of my ancient people, my ancestors. See, because we still here, y'all. Huh? If we still here, we had some ancient ancestors. If they had some, right? So what I'm saying right here is that our ancient ancestors have survived through us to right now in our time. And it will continue to function in us to get this great work done, y'all. What you gonna do? Barbecue a meal do? You gonna fight the good fight of faith that your ancestors didn't die for that? You gonna stand on the shoulders of your ancestors? You're gonna find out what happened? Like Chief, like a couple more in here who know this word about their family, who know everything. Look at all the stuff he done put in there, y'all. You can make notes on what he done put in the chat to even find stuff about your own family, because we all was there. Virginia, you was either in Virginia, you was either in South Carolina. A lot of people don't believe it, but I promise you, you're gonna find out, because this is how this was done. Virginia was the royal colony. That's where they set up their crowns and all of the royals at. It wasn't none of no slavery going on in Virginia. It wasn't no breeding. That was the royal colonies. North Carolina, that was the breeding. That's where they was breeding. Because it wasn't none of these so-called pale skins that we see today here until 1903. Except for those who could come on their own or whatever, however. But I'm talking about like this colonizing shit. Y'all, we got to understand this. They set up this. It was a plan. So he said that for thousands of years they were planning this for a philosophical umpire. Now, see, that's something I got to find out. I got to research what a philosophical umpire is. Anybody in the chat know? Okay, it says the brilliant plan of the ancients. Okay, I read that. The American nation desperately need a vision of its own purpose. Who? He's talking about us. This is Manly. This is Manly P. Hall. And I think he's supposed to be a pale skin too, if I'm not mistaken. Anybody know about Manly P. Hall? Is he a pale skin? Not sure. But anyway, I think he's a Mason. Okay, so it says the world's first Democrat, the leader who had the first social consciousness in the administration of a nation was Pharaoh. You see how they take stuff back to the biblical stuff? What was brought to us, they gonna always take us back to the Bible, because the Bible was brought to us, right? The religion aspect, those stories of Egypt. Right now, that people think Egypt is the best place. It was, because of what they've heard. So he says, Pharaoh of Egypt, Akhenaten, born several thousand years too soon, he was the first realist in democracy, the first humanitarian, the first internationalist. He saw that the duty of the ruler, y'all tell me, is this what we know about democracy? Please tell me that the duty of a ruler is to protect for all the right to live well, to think, to dream, to hope, and to aspire. For his dream of brotherhood of man, he cheerfully gave his life. Now, that's what democracy was in so-called Pharaoh of Egypt's day. Is that the democracy that we see today? That our leaders are doing any of this to care about the rights and for anybody to live well? Yes, baby. Take care of Papa. Take care of Papa. I'll see you when you get back. I'll be right here. Okay, so this book talks about a lot of ancient stuff, and I see that, okay, here goes the secret society. The democratic tradition preserved by secret society. Okay, so we know that, right? We know that it's a secret society because it's been exposed, right? Shout out to Steve Coakley. It has been exposed, all the boulets, even our music. I mean, I don't even listen to music the same no more. How about you? I can't listen to that no more. And I have a nerve to be old school with a record player and some albums. I'm thinking about putting it all on eBay somewhere and get it out of my house. Because how all of them was flaming. All of them was, flaming. Just straight flaming. So, but how long I been on here? I've been on here 3 hours, y'all. For real. It's just, time just moves so fast when you're having fun. Yo, I hope y'all getting the things out the chat, because everywhere Chief go, he puts stuff in the chat. Nobody looks up nothing that he puts in the chat. It's information that'll help you get some understanding. And I'm just suggesting, if you can, to go back up in the chat, because I'm not going yet. I'm gonna give you a chance. Go back up in the chat and check out some of the stuff that Chief have put in the chat, as well as a couple other people who have put things in the chat, because we're about solution and finding what we need to, complete our journey. And right now, I feel like a lot of people losing, and I'm seeing a lot of people crashing and burning, and I'm not happy with it. So, when you come over here, I be hoping somebody said that you want to research, because it's not about the games over here. Let me find my other book. Get ready to lock the house down in a minute, y'all. It's getting dark. It's getting dark on my side of the world. Where y'all at? Y'all had a great day out there. I hope y'all had a great continuation, because it's been pretty cool. Pretty cool. This is not the one I want. And I have them labeled, but y'all still pick up the wrong one all the time. Let's see this one. Nope, it must be down here then. Look, I said nope, it must be down here then. Let's see. Oh, that's my history book. Okay, hold on. Must have overlooked it. Okay. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Okay. I'm looking for my Circle 7 book, y'all. Bear with me for a minute. Now, I'm going to finish playing this out right quick while I get myself together. I ain't going to make y'all bear with me, okay? Appreciate y'all so much. Here we go.
But let me say this. The claim that Queen Charlotte, the wife of King George III, was of mixed race, possibly black, stems from genealogical research suggesting she was descended from the black branch of the Portuguese royal family. Now, when you say Portuguese is in Spain. Well, it's a part of the peninsula of Spain, which is in Iberia. Akhenaten's daughter, Queen Scotia, she went west. I told you, the Maghreb, and she goes up to Iberia. It was called Port of Gaul.
Port of Gaul.
Inside of Iberia. The Portuguese are the Iberians. Minister, hold on. Let me see what's going on.
The Iberian.
Minister. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Okay.
My bad.
No, you good. You told me to pull up Queen Charlotte. I did. May I read this to you, please?
Yeah.
The claim that Queen Charlotte, the wife of King George III, was of mixed race, possibly black, which there was no black back then anyway.
That's right.
Stems from genealogical research suggesting she was descended from a black branch of the Portuguese royal family. And it's very interesting that we say the Portuguese royal family, because we know Portuguese. Well, here, we don't know anything. Let's check the facts on that. Is that okay, Minister? Can we see where Portuguese is at?
Yeah, they're going.
Most people don't even know Portuguese has a part in this.
So when I say Let me just pull up map because they being hard right now. MAP. I thought it would have came up. Jeez Louise. I want to kind of back up. I want to see Spain as well. They zoomed in so much that I can't see Spain. I'm just going to type Portuguese and Spain.
Yeah, just pull up Spain. Pull up Spain, bro.
Okay, yeah, I just pull up Spain. Sorry, family. I was being a little bit too literal. All right, so here we go. When you look at Spain, on the west coast, it's going to be Portugal. Portugal is the west side. Portugal is the west side of almost the whole west coast. Portugal is almost the whole entirety of the west coast of Spain. Why is this important? Because Queen Scotia went to Portugal. She was a black woman with red hair. Queen Charlotte comes from Portugal. She was a black woman with red hair. Not only do those two come from Portugal, brother, I'm sorry for being long-winded. May I try to pull up one more PowerPoint?
Yeah, for sure.
Davidic lineage. Luckily, I found it quickly because I hate to scramble in front of you guys. I read this before, but I wanted to read it again. Is that okay?
I hear y'all.
Yeah, I don't see. You got to pull it up.
Yeah. I have it here. I'll read it because I know you might be driving. I want to respect that. Yahya bin Rabbi, also known as Yahya the Negro, was a Portuguese nobleman. Crumb, why don't you talk about the black nobility? Because when I make videos about the black nobility, I don't know. I don't know. He was reputed to be a direct descendant of the Hebrew exilarchs of ancient Babylonia, Iraq. These exilarchs were known as the Sanhedrin, that claimed direct descendant from the biblical King David, and was eponymous progenitor of Ibn Yahya family. Ben Rabbi, blah, 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 blah. He was a black dude, and he was of the royal Portuguese family. So when I say black people were in Portugal and the minister brings up Queen Charlotte family, that's all Wise Line exact. Queen Charlotte, the wife of King George III, was a mixed race, possibly black, stems from the genealogical research suggesting she was descended from the black branch of the Portuguese royal family, because the first people who lived over to Iberia, so let's type Iberia, the first people who go.
What up, Shaq? Can you hear me?
Peace.
Peace, Shaq. How you doing, love?
I'm just cooling it. Sitting back enjoying the show. Information.
I appreciate you jumping up here with me. That's what's up. So, what you got for me?
Well, they was talking about that, Spain, and talking about I was talking about that Bantu. And I did small little research, I'm a Google guy,
But go on and share with us. Go on and
But
share.
1442. That's when the Portugal went down there in the Bantu area, the so-called Negro land area, and they was calling them a lot of those tribes down in the area Negroes. The Portuguese.
And he was just now talking about Portugal too, right? It's right.
Right. Yeah. See, this is my theory. I believe like a lot of them people that's in some of these. This is my belief. And some of that settled in west part of Africa, some people that settled in the central and western and southern part of Africa, I believe some of them were some of those Europeans, Negro Europeans, that went down there mixing. You know what I'm saying? Mixing with some of those cultural people.
But that's what a Portuguese is. That's what a Spanish is. That's what that's what that is. They are the European. But then when they give it to us, they try to make us think they're pale skin, because it wasn't no such thing as a black and white. There was all kind of colors. They was all blending, because they had them sleeping around with each other all over there. That's why they got kicked out of Spain. Is because Isabella and Fernandez wanted strictly Christian. No, them niggas over there doing everything.
Yeah, I also heard Top Cat. I give a shout out to him. He mentioned something. He had did a little bill. Yeah, he mentioned something about the sorrow. And that was them so-called Europeans mixing with the Africans and stuff. They had been mixing, like you said, creating mulattoes and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? The mulatto mixture and that light copper color mixture too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny because this dude George Soros, the Hungarian, it's funny that he funded a lot of stuff like that. So I wonder what is his real lineage is. Is he you know, who is his people for real? Because you know, he funded a lot of
the Hungarian.
Right. And he's very decorated over in that European, you know, within the academia and stuff over there, you know. But he funded a lot of stuff over in the United States of America. Like a lot of the if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I think he helped funded the Harlem Renaissance. Did you hear anything about that?
The Harlem Renaissance? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
But I know that they big and funded and it's gonna play out in this video right here. They funded the LGBTQ in Berlin. Berlin was the major supporter of it. Yeah. So yeah, those are the real ones that support that wicked stuff that we, you know, how we see it.
Right. Like you say, they funded. They call themselves philanthropists and stuff.
Everything about Berlin is LGBT from what I understand. Everything about Berlin. And I didn't know that until I saw this video today.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it was mentioned something about the Iberia Peninsula and Iberia and stuff like that. Got me thinking. Now you talk about these Moors, right?
Right.
You know that's another title that they use too, right? Besides that bay. It's Ibn, I-B-N.
Ibn,
but that's Ibn. Iberian, Ibn, yeah, Abin, yeah.
That's one of their leaders' name, Ibn. Yeah, that's one of they. Yeah, you're right about that. You sure right.
Yeah.
You know exactly what you're talking about. Y'all know what he's talking about, though, right? They use them names.
Yeah, they use those are, you know, like titles, just like the Esquire. Those are titles that come from, you know, their governmental structure.
Right.
Entitlements. You know what I mean? Their form of hiding their nobilities in those titles and stuff. You don't know what they mean unless you look it up.
Yeah.
Pay attention. But they know what it is. That's why they use them.
That's why they use them.
That's why they use them.
See, they said that American is their inherited land. See, this is their inherited land to the bays and the elves. See, that's why they be telling all us we all Moors. Because of that factor. You know?
Yeah, so if anybody ever hear American Indian Moor, Mama Chief know where they come from, but I'm just putting it out there with people. Be careful. Be careful. I'm just saying, just be careful, be aware.
You telling me to be careful? Of what?
No, I'm speaking to the people who might not know.
The people.
I'm speaking to the people who might not. Just be aware of anything information people give you, because you got to look it up, and then you got to kind of think and look stuff up and think and say, okay, hold on, damn, because they got information, but it's like you said, it's mixed information. It's a what they call it. You ever heard?
It's
you
their
remember English?
Information. It's their information. It's literally their information.
Yeah.
So it's the information that they use to free themselves, but they'll tell you you need to free yourself with it, and it
Right.
don't belong to you because they are really like now. I just flashed over there, and I saw this dude talking about be an American national.
Mhm.
No, you finna be a Moorish national because you already an American national. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You already American national. You don't need to be, but they're gonna make you a Moorish national. See, because they're gonna give you an L or a Bay on your name. Because that's the only way that you supposed to be a real Moor is that you got an L or a Bay on your name. See, that's the tag. That's why a lot of people go to jail because they're not really an L or a Bay. They still riding around with a driver's license that say Jackson, Jones, or Brown. You know what I'm saying? And that's the name that they got from the colonizer.
Ah.
These names was not here. These names came with these people. And I got proof. I'm gonna show it to y'all. Where it at? Where is this record I had today of my great granddad telling all these here slaves? But they wasn't us. They were white people, like we said it was.
You made sense. Y'all talking about that Irish Scott, and those Jamaicans, some of the Caribbeans, West Indies, and stuff like that. Because I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that the Jamaicans, what they consider the area they consider Puerto Rico, is not the original name it was called. And from the information that I've heard some people talking about, that they took some of the Jamaicans and I guess took them over to some in that area where they consider Puerto Rico. So some of the Puerto Ricans are ex-Jamaicans with another mixture, and they created just like they do everything everywhere else. They take a certain group of people, take them to another little land territory, and they mix and make another little colony, another little civilization.
And that's what they've been doing all while.
And that's what they've been doing.
That's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, like I said, I showed y'all how they. I'm gonna show y'all again if I have to. How they was taking us straight up out of here in 1830. 1830, they was taking us to Liberia from every last one of these states that they had them created. Hundreds of us out of here.
That's what I put in the chat earlier. I didn't get on. I was had trouble trying to get on the daggone stream. I don't know why I was doing that.
I know it. You know how it is.
It made me sign in and I'm like, damn. I said, okay.
Yeah.
But earlier when you was talking about that's why I put the 1816. That's when they created the American Colonization Society. They were sending people, blacks, American Indian people from here to going over to Liberia, creating the colony over there. The dude name was one of the guys' name. Oh, I had his name. So let me see if I got a screenshot. Hold on. Let's see. Finley.
Who?
Robert Finley.
Finley.
You ever heard of Robert Finley? I think that's his first name. Let me see. Hold on. With the American Colonization Society. Let me see. Hold on. I can get up my screenshots. This stuff is very important, man, because like you know, okay, here we go. Click right on. Okay, here it is. ACS, American Colonization Society.
Yep,
it said it was formed in December 1816. It said it was established to assist free black. It didn't say free. It said free. Assist free black people in in immigrating with the EM. In immigrating to Africa. It says, with the colony of Liberia. Okay. And it says being its primary focus. It says, my bad. Let me go back. It says, It took them to. It was taking blacks from America to immigrate to Africa to build a colony, help build a colony of Liberia,
Mhm.
being the primary area. So, but Liberia is the primary focus, that area. It says, but the ACS was formed by a group of white elites, okay, including Reverend Robert Finley. Okay, it says who believe that black people, who believe that black people would never be fully, what did it say, integrated into American society.
Yeah, yeah, okay, dog, that daggone hot that. Like, we couldn't be admitted into their society, this society.
They society, yeah. It was too many of us, man. They couldn't kill us all. I mean, that's one of the things they were doing.
But no, we was already here. How
No, but what I'm saying is they couldn't kill us all. Even the wars, they couldn't kill us all. So they got to come up with the tricknology. Got to trick you off the land.
Absolutely.
They got to come with the Indian Removal Act, paper genocide. All this stuff came along.
Doggone time.
How you get rid of? Oh, you get rid of 100 million Indians, different Indians. All these smaller. Well, stop it. You move them to other areas, and you indoctrinated them with the religion, believing in that they were some type of slave.
But can you tell me though, Shaq? Can you tell me who was those Negroes, them free Negroes in 1830 that were running all of the colonies? Who was them niggas? They had to be the Moors. If they was moving,
they definitely was educated because they spoke English well. I'm talking about very well. Yes. So they had to be educated from, because you got to realize too, if you go by some of the stories they tell, even by some of the different Indian scouts, you know what I'm saying, like some of the Creeks and stuff like that, Creeks and some of the other Indians, they spoke English and they spoke the Creek language too. I mean, they spoke English well and the Creek language.
Yeah.
So, what was they getting trained in? Was they getting trained in them Indian boarding schools at early age, getting raised up to learn to speak English? Well, they're forming English because, in my mind, when the people say English, it's just a dialect. It's different dialects. Some people think it's just one language. No, it's a dialect. It's how you say the word, the letters. But they don't use the word dialect. We use it's English. It's how you put the English on it, on that word. Whether you talking like you say, whether you want to talk with the proper, like to say the proper English, or old English, or a broken form of English.
Y'all, did y'all shout out to Shaq? When the last time y'all seen Shaq in the bill? Y'all shout out Shaq, y'all. Thank you, Shaq. Look, let me see. I'm finna show you this right here, y'all. I told you I got that word. I got that word. This is my great grandfather. Can y'all see that? Let me see. Can I see it? Yeah, I can see it. Can y'all see that document that I got up there? I can see it. I know you should be able to see it. I'm finna talk about it. This is my great-grandfather. Put him in your Google and see what all he did. Maybach, what's up, baby? Great continuation to you. Thanks for coming over. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about finding out what happened, finding out who, what, and where. So this is my great-grandpa. I'm going to show you this for, I'm showing you that. Now you see what it says right here, right? Wait a minute, I'm going to go back. Wait a minute. Let me see. You see it says home, 1830, Anderson, Tennessee. Free white persons. Got one of them, a male, between 15 and 19. Can you see what it says, y'all? Shaq, you still here with me? Shaq, did I lose you? Wait a minute.
No, I'm in the background. Yeah, no, I'm in the background.
Okay, good deal. Good
Yeah,
deal.
I'm multitasking. I'm in the background.
Okay, good deal. Good deal. Okay, then you see it says another free white male, 40 through 49. He's somewhere between that age, right? It ain't but one. Another free white person, a male, 50 between 59. One of them. A lot of people say that these would be their family member, but my that is not his family member. That's my great grandfather. I know my father. I didn't know him, but I know my father and all my uncles and aunts. So I know that these are not his relatives, okay? And he was definitely from North Carolina, which I call the breeding camp. Okay, let's be clear. I'm exposing this. I don't care. I'm showing you what it is. So I call North Carolina the breeding camp for mulattoes. Okay. Okay. Now, he had a free white person, a female that was look under 5 years old. That's a baby. That's somebody's baby. One of them people babies. He got another free female that's between 5 and 9. It's two of them. Y'all see this? Are y'all watching what I'm watching? I ain't even got to explain it all. If y'all can just see and understand where I'm going here. Now you got somebody between 10 and 14, white person, free white person though. Okay, hold up. I just forgot about something. Remember, it was a status at some period of time. Where we at? It was a status, and my great grandfather was royal. Okay, so these people were free white people, which didn't mean that they was white complexion. Let me clear my head. I get so caught up sometime in this black and white bullshit, I forget about the status of our people who were royal and who had land, who had, you know what I'm saying, y'all, substance. So my great grandfather was that man. Okay, he definitely was that man. So when you see the free white people, it could be his family. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I know that's a status. That's not a color at that time. Let me just make that clear. So here we go with the slaves right here. Okay, those are the free people that's most likely in his family tree. That's how y'all seeing what I'm saying? And then here go your slaves. You got 7 males under 10 years old that is labeled as a slave. It don't give no complexion. Then you got 5 slaves between 10 and 23. You got 5, those are males. You got 3 females under 10, 3 females 10 to 23. These are slaves. 1 between 24 and 35. Free white persons under 20. There goes some more free white people. Some more free totally white persons is 11. Free white person. So total slaves is 19. Total free white people is 11. And it's a total of all persons, free white slaves and free color. I ain't see no free color. Did you? But I guess ain't none on now. But that's just where they did. They formed. Y'all see it? See, these documents is I mean, that's what I'm saying. These are records, right? This come from my ancestry. This is my ancestral record. Now, I'm gonna show you. Other thing, Dean. Okay, I'm finna show you something else right quick. I want to show you something else right quick. Y'all all right in the chat? I get tired of people saying stuff about records or saying something that they can't substantiate. Let's, you know. Okay, one more thing right here. Okay, let's see. Gonna present. Shad, you can say, you chime in anytime you get ready, sweetie. I'm here. Okay, y'all. This is Robertsville, Tennessee. Okay? Let me see. Y'all in the chat? Who in the chat with me? Let me see. My aunt married a Collins. Oh, yeah? Okay. And I have a story about the Collins because my grandfather's first name was Collins, but he had a grandson that left and went somewhere with one of the relatives and stayed somewhere else. And the story goes that he didn't know which one of the names to use. So he chose Collins. And he went up to Columbus, Ohio. And it's a bunch of Collins up there that is, in fact, my cousins. I went up there and lived up there one year, and I met him. I saw her with the T-shirt on, and that's how we met. It was amazing. Totally amazing, I promise you. Okay, so this is the story that they have told about my great-grandfather. Oh, okay, so I'm in Virginia. Okay, cool. That's where they came from, yeah. Okay, so it says the Robertsville community. Inscription, the Robertsville community was settled in 1804. By Collins Roberts, who had received a 4,000-acre land grant in this region. Robertsville was one of 4 communities in the area that predated Oak Ridge. Y'all remember I taught on the Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they make all the bombs and stuff, right? This was taken over in 1945 from my great-grandfather, who had a mega farm out there. So they went out there because of the minerals and all the stuff that was on that land, and they took it over for their purposes. Okay, it says the community was dispersed in 1942. I said 45, I think. 42, when the land was acquired by the federal government. There we go. The area now comprises most of the central portion of Oak Ridge. Erected Tennessee Historical Commission marker number 1D27. So they have a marker out there, y'all, that says Robertsville Community. The Robertsville community was settled by 1804 by Collins Roberts, who had received a land grant of 4,000 acres in this region. Same thing I just read, you guys. But I want you to see this place, y'all. I want you to see the mass of the land. Oh, well, I'm going right there, not there. Are we still seeing? Are y'all still seeing what I'm doing? I don't know. I hope so, because I'm moving this thing around. I think you can still see it. Let me see. Okay. Can you guys? Can you? Can you? I don't want to go past that. Okay. Right. Y'all see this? They even made schools after my great-granddad's name. This was a school, y'all, but look who over there. They think it's their granddaddy. Do y'all see that, Shaq? You see that? To my what's in a name?
Yep.
Look to my
What's
what's
the
in
name?
a name. See what I'm saying? This is why we got niggas like Shah Sun and all those other people think that this is the white man's world. Because they don't even know how we got here to be in the places that we are today. Right? Look at this. What's in a name? Students socializing before a day of class at Robertsville School in 1942. He founded that land in 1804. But look who's enjoying it. Y'all, I see, that's why people don't understand why I say and why I'm the way I am. Because I got too much going on. And they don't want to understand. I don't know why we ain't got, everybody should have the same thing going on. Everybody should have their land patent. Everybody should know who they is. Everybody should have this stuff. Shouldn't be around here asking dumbass questions every day, all night, on a panel asking dumbass questions. Don't got no answers. And I know what I said. Don't got no answers. It infuriates me. And I don't try to get on here and curse and make a lot of noise. But, man, I'm telling you, some gotta give. Some gotta give. When I see 10 people, that ain't but one. That ain't but one. And a mind is a terrible thing to waste. And right now, we done wasted a lot of lives. I still think about 2019, all the people that left here. I mean, I'm really. So, it says, what's in the name? Let's find out. The name Robertsville can, God almighty, these people, I tell you the truth. The name Robertsville can trace its roots back to Collins Roberts. Shout out to you, great-granddaddy, and early settlers of the area who obtained land grants in 1804. The community of Robertsville grew on that land, complete with school, churches, grist mill, blacksmith shop, and a handful of stores. Robertsville grew to a modest-sized community. However, with the U.S. involvement in World War II, the upward trajectory of the community ceased with the establishment of the town of Oak Ridge for the Manhattan Project. Constructed in 1915, Robertsville School taught students of all grades from the surrounding area until the 1942 Christmas holiday, when the land was acquired by Clinton Engineer Works and renamed as Jefferson Junior High School. Oh, so it wasn't even Robertsville now, I guess. In 1954, the school's namesake returned to this location. Wow, because I think he died when they must be talking about Jefferson, where it is known as Robertsville Middle School today. After several renovations over the years, the only remaining section of the original Robertsville School is the auditorium, which serves as a gymnasium in the pre-Manhattan Project times. Y'all see what I'm saying? This is history. This is what they call history. But I'm finding it to be my story that they made a mystery. And now I'm plugging in pieces to find out who my people were. Because I know they they left here prematurely, just like everybody else does. So this right here was the whole land mass, y'all. Can y'all see that? Do y'all see it? Are y'all able to see? Is anybody in there can tell me whether y'all can see what I'm sharing? Because every time I change the screen, I want to make sure you can see it. If you tell me now, I'll know you can. Just one. Yes. Okay. Thank you, my sister. I love you, honey. Okay. So y'all see this land. This was the land. 4,000 acres of that was farm. And you know, it had to be feeding a lot of people to be that much land. So I'm sure water's around there somewhere and food was being taken out of there to different places. You know, just imagine that much farmland. Okay. Now, but I want to show y'all. That's all about Robertsville. And they, you know, they mixing it in and you know that it's Oak Ridge. It was the same place. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. I want to kind of show you what it was when they. Okay, I'm gonna have to go out and come back. Shaq, you still with me, baby? Okay, let me see.
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Is it true or false that a lot of the counties were named after some of our ancestors or Disney people from those areas? The counties, not the cities. The counties, though.
All of them.
Okay, gotcha.
All of them. See, and but what they did when they got him, they started trying to change and put their little name on streets and stuff. But yeah, all these we got. Like I said, it's so many places called Robertsville. And so I done already pulled to try to find out, okay, is they relatives? Most of them are. You know, most of them are. So yeah. That's why I say, but we got to find out who these people was. I'm sorry. Even me, I'm still trying to find out. Because see, I know they played, listen. These our families, y'all. I tell you, these in this chat right here, they know. They got their records. They know who their family is. They know this. But those that don't know who their family is, they are the ones that sitting on the fence, like don't know really what's going on. Because, like I want to tell you, I can flip through these books, these papers, and just read you the stories, the families from Virginia. It's called The Virginia and the Virginians. See, these are the first Virginians. When niggas want to be the first Americans, these are the first American Virginians. Because they created this place to be so. So they are the first ones to be up. You know what I'm saying? It's their creation. And that's why it's so easy for people like Chasson to say, oh, the white man, this the white man word. You know what I'm saying? It's so easy for people to take that. But no, it's not. It literally isn't. So watch this. Are y'all able to see what I got up here now? Please say yes. Now I go back out. I'm having a good day with this thing today, y'all. Can you see that one, sis? Am I back up in here? I want y'all to see what they turned the farm into. Can anybody see it? Shout out to the 10. Y'all still hanging in here, y'all. I'm gonna hang out tonight. I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow. As long as I can share this information to y'all and y'all get it. Let me see. Oh, you can't see it, sis. Okay, thank you, sis. I had to scroll up. Appreciate Shaq hanging out here with me too, for sure. Okay, let's see. Share the screen. Here we go. Now you can see it, right, sis? Oh, now I had said something too. No, I don't see nothing either. Oh, y'all was talking to me. I couldn't even see. Y'all see it now, right? They hide the history, but it's written in history. Yes, it is. It's written in his. It's written in his story. It is. It is. Yes, you're right. Okay, these are the things that was going on over there in Oak Ridge. See, it was called the Secret City, and these people could not talk about this place. They could not tell nobody. Look, loose talk. Look, you couldn't talk about that place. Y'all see what they say right there? Loose talk helps our enemy. So you see what I'm saying? They was over there building bombs. And it was a secret. This was in 1944. That's a billboard right outside Oak Ridge. Right? It says 75 years ago this week, the federal government quietly took over 60,000 acres. Wait a daggone minute. It said my granddaddy had 400. What is it, 4,000? This says 60,000. Sis, good night, baby. Rest well. Love you, and thank you for hanging out with me. Do y'all see this? So they took a 60,000 acre nested in the ridges of East Tennessee. It was the beginning of Oak Ridge, a city cloaked in secrecy that tens of thousands of people flocked to during World War II, most unknowingly helping to build the world's first atomic bomb. What? Oh, I heard some niggas say, oh, ain't nobody had never did this. They did it right here. On September 19, 1942, Colonel Leslie Groves, who was overseeing the Manhattan Project, selected. See, I always thought the Manhattan Project was about New York, Manhattan, right? Right here in Georgia. Right here in Georgia. Selected land along the Clinch River. See, there go the water. I knew there had to be some water over there for them to have that much food because they had to be using the rivers to move the water. To move the food around. 20 miles west of Knoxville as the site that would figure out how to enrich uranium. See, uranium was over there on that land. Are y'all with me here? Uranium was in that land. The minerals. Figure out how to enrich uranium for the bomb. At that time, it wasn't called Oak Ridge, but instead referred to as the Site X, or Clinton Engineers Work. There are a number of theories about why this land was chosen. Historians say it didn't hurt that the head of the Senate Appropriation Committee at the time was Kenneth McKellar, a Tennessean. I'm going to have to find out more about this. I'm going to have to find out, did they kill the man? My great-granddad. Listen, y'all. I got to find out, did they take my great-granddad out for this land? What really happened? Because they mentioned a man, talking about some Kenneth McKellar, a Tennessean. No, who you got the land from? The area was also very rural, ideal for project that needed to be kept top secret. But the selection did not thrill the area's existing residents. In 2012, interview with the Center of Oak Ridge Oral History, a man named Lester Fox. I bet you they crackers, though. They telling their story. Man, Fox Fox recalled the autumn day when he and a friend were skipping class after lunch. They had won 100 free plays on a pinball machine in the town, he said. As they were ambling back, the town's telephone operator ran out and told them to find the principal. There was an important phone call from Washington. After the call, the principal organized a school-wide assembly, and he told us that the federal government had condemned 50-some thousand acres of land. God dang. Fox said he turned out school early so people could go home and tell their parents. Y'all see this? Look at the land. What do that much land look like? Anybody have any idea? 60,000 acres. How much do that look like? I know far as I can see right there, that's a lot of land. Residents weren't paid well. Some said Naomi Brummett in an oral history and the New Hope Center for Y-12. Her mother was given just $900 for 40 acres, she recalled. No one knew why they had to move except that it was for the war effort. All about the war. Y'all see that? We got a form letter in the mail saying that the property had been taken over, she said. We were to leave by December 1942. That acceptance of secrecy was even greater among newcomers moving in. Signs around Oak Ridge warned residents not to share information, although few of the 75,000 people living there, they done brought 75,000 Russian, Germans, and all these folks, never Caucasians. They had some people look like us to clean up. Wow, even knew anything critical. Brummett returned to the area for a job at the Y-12 school, working with the machine that enriched uranium. What? Wait a minute. A job with Y-12. I thought that was a school when they said that Y-12. That's something else, because she was working to enrich uranium. So that land was full of uranium, y'all. Are y'all getting this? Plug. Dang. Although she didn't understand what she was working on at the time, we didn't know that it was an atomic bomb. And we had known, and if we had known, we couldn't speak about it because they had signs on the road, at the entrance, everywhere with "Don't talk." Oh, shit. She said, you don't talk. And if you did talk, you weren't there the next day. Look, y'all see this plant? I wonder how many people died from messing with that stuff. Y'all see the plant? 10 of y'all still in here, so I'm still talking. The alpha track calutron at the YK plant in Oak Ridge used an electromagnetic separation process, wow, to enrich uranium. This photo was taken in 1944 to 1945. So that right here, they doing an electromagnetic separation of uranium. It wasn't until the atomic bomb dropped in 1945 that employees realized they had been building the most powerful weapon the world had ever seen. The Oak Ridge Journal banner headlines that day, according to the New Republic, was "Oak Ridge attacks Japan." Y'all hear this? Wow. To this day, Oak Ridge retains its nickname as the Secret City and still processes enriched uranium at the YK National Security Complex. Y'all hear this? But the city, what are they doing with uranium, y'all? But the city has tried to preserve legacy. Oh, really? Not about the bomb, but about the peace that followed. Wow, y'all. Later this week, it's breaking ground on a new pavilion for its International Friendship Bell. Oh, not the daggone bell. Y'all know what bell is, right? That's that curse. They putting a curse over us again, y'all. Oak Ridge sister city Naka, Japan, recently gave $10,000 for the construction. Yeah, man, that bell don't need to be over there. They don't even know the significance of that damn bell. Well, they know, but the people who they putting it up against don't know. That's some wicked shit. Y'all with me in the chat? Where y'all at? Let's see. Feel like I'm talking to myself again. Okay or not? Thank you, baby. If it's just you up in here, I'll be good. I will be good. But what you think about that? The Robertsville and the Oak Ridge, Tennessee situation. Yeah, and the bell. You heard about the bell, didn't you? Ball bell, and they ring that bell. Yeah, that's some witchery stuff. But what you think about the Secret City and Robertsville and how they got that land and the uranium? What you know about uranium? Anybody? I'm finna look it up. What are they using uranium for that they still making it right now? Okay, let's see. Nuclear reactors. How about that? Huh? These people over here still making nuclear reactions right in our face. What's a now I'm gonna have to look up what a nuclear reactor is. Oh my goodness, y'all. I'm gonna get out of this thing because I ain't got nobody to talk to, y'all. When I get this worked up, I be needing somebody to talk to or not. Let me see. Okay, I need to share this screen. I need for y'all to see this right here. Is when I ask a question, y'all, I'm gonna find out what it is. Remind me of the Manhattan. It is the Manhattan Project, baby. It had nothing to do with New York, though. The Manhattan Project was right there in Tennessee. I don't know what they because see, I always thought it was in New York too, but it's not the same. They must have took and made that the cloak to make people think on that while they was over here really in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, doing the Manhattan Project. That's the real Manhattan Project. That bomb when they blew up Hiroshima. Can y'all see this? Nuclear reactors. Says uranium is now used to power commercial nuclear reactors that produce electricity and to produce isotopes used for medical, industrial, and defense purposes around the world. So they're doing that right there in Tennessee, y'all. Right now, as we speak. Uranium is the most used fuel by nuclear power plants for nuclear fusion. Uranium is a common metal found in rocks all over the world. Shit, I don't know. Can you legally own 15 pounds of uranium? no more than 7 kilograms of uranium and thorium at laboratories for the purpose of determining the concentration of uranium and thorium. I only know what thorium is, y'all. Y'all see, I be on a research hunt. I'm always on a research hunt. 1942. What's the date of that one? Because I always known about the Manhattan Project in New York, just like you said. But when I found the secret city of Oak Ridge, that's all they talk about was the Manhattan Project. How much uranium is in a nuke? As little as 1 to 2 kilograms of uranium. So uranium sounds very, very scary, don't it? That's how they made all the bombs, right? Y'all remember the Move people? Anybody in my chat see what they did to the Move people in the 80s? Some of y'all weren't probably even born. Anybody know what I'm talking about? You came across the paperwork for the Move people? Let me show y'all what this government did to some people that look just like us. Hope y'all getting some answers to show us that what we need to go in, what direction you need to be going in for real, y'all. Okay. Now the Move. Oh no, wait a minute. I gotta share it. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Present. Okay, here we go, you guys. Now, can y'all see it now, please? I know y'all get on my nerve. I get on y'all nerve by asking you, but I don't know. I have no way to know unless you tell me you don't see it or you do. Can you see it? No? Well, I can check myself. Oh, yes. Okay, so it says the Move most likely refers to the Move Philadelphia organization, a Black liberation organization founded in 1972, which was 1 year before my daughter was born, and she's 52 years old now, by John Africa in Philadelphia. Now, of course, these people thought they was Africans. Of course, I'm sure they did, right? The organization was known for its communal living, which we all want, advocacy for natural laws, which we all desire, and its activism, particularly in the areas of animal rights. They didn't like that they was killing animals and testing animals and stuff, and I can understand that too. Environmental justice. See, these are legislatures that we as a people need to be writing. And with all of us, especially all of these chiefs on my panel right now, I mean over here with me, we are the ones to do this because we got documentation that beats conversation. And we need to be sitting at the table together, putting together bills for the legislator to make a change in what's going on in our lives. See, I don't care about Black people. I don't care about African Americans. And I don't care about niggas. But for our people who know that they standing on 10 toes down with their boots on the ground for real about this life, we need to be doing something. And we're not. We're not. And so these people, they was activists and they died. I'm going to say that again. They died for what they damn believed in. And they was only doing things that was natural and right. And for racial injustice. And people killed them. Not people, but the government did. The name MOVE is not an acronym, but rather a reflection of their philosophy of interconnectedness and the importance of all living beings. Now, what's wrong with that? Why would you want to attack people? Why? I mean, it don't make no sense. And see right here, it say police bomb. Listen, y'all, I don't know whether y'all like this or not, but if you don't know about it, you need to. Because this happened in your lifetime, 52 years ago. In the photos, remembering the MOVE bombing 36 years later. See, now we finna go to the photos. Watch this. Tell me y'all still can see it when I do these photos. Can y'all see these photos? Before I go any further. Hope y'all can. And now, thank you for helping me. Let me see. Wait a minute. I should be able to do it this way to tell what y'all see. Thank you. Yeah, y'all see it. Yeah, y'all see it. Yeah, y'all see it. Y'all see it. Y'all see it. Okay, so these are the people that they bombed, y'all. This right here says she was 30 years old. Look, they say I'm from Philly, 30. It look like she's about 30. But look at these people, y'all. They look like Africans to you. Do they look like Africans to anybody? Check, they look like Africans. Y'all see him? Ain't nobody responding to me in the chat. Y'all don't want to sleep on me? I don't blame you. Look, it says the 1985 MOVE bombing by the Philadelphia police shocked and devastated a city. They didn't put it on the news enough where everybody, did nobody know about it like we did George Floyd and, you know, when they did that to other people, right? We didn't know about it like that. It says, leaving destruction that killed 11 people, including 5 children. It leveled 61 homes and rendered over 250 Philadelphians homeless. Y'all see that? The bombing occurred just 2 days after a shootout involving the police. So they vindicated the police shooting. Used an explosive device that included C4 on homes. See, I wonder did they make that over there in Oak Ridge, Tennessee? Okay. It says that were known to be occupied by children. They knew the homes were occupied by children. Y'all see what kind of folks we messing with? Y'all see what folks we messing with, right? So they knew it was occupied by children. They done took a C4 bomb over there and dropped it on them. This escalated the mistrust of the government and police by many of the city's residents. Not just the MOVE people, but the city didn't trust somebody in. I wouldn't either. Among those who were killed was John African, the founder of MOVE. See, they killed him right away. A Black revolutionary career war veteran. Thank you so much. He was a war veteran and a native to Philadelphia. Like its founder, the group was anti-government anti-technology, and anti-capitalist. See, that's why they did. That's why they weren't supposed to be here in these folks' eyes, right? Because they didn't want to be bothered with their government. Neighbors had complained about noise and disruption by MOVE members, but the decision by the government agency to bomb MOVE over noise complaints raised many concerns. To some observers, the bombing gave credibility to the group's fears about government overreach. That's right, particularly since the group has been outspoken about police brutality since its founding. These observations found information elsewhere. A federal jury would find the city of Philadelphia and two of its officials liable for the bombing. I didn't know that, but I'm glad somebody got charged for it for whatever it's worth, because they took people's life and they did a great harm to people. Okay. Now, let's go down to some bombing pictures. Let's see how it look, y'all. Let's see really what they did. There was homes once upon a time. Can you see it? Those was homes once upon a time. Six 6221 Osage Avenue in Philadelphia. Anybody know about Philadelphia? Anybody got any relatives that know about Osage Avenue? Come on. It says that cause a level of trauma that is difficult to exaggerate. On May 13th, 1985, that's the day before my sister's birthday, while many of the city's residents were still basking in the glow of the previous afternoon's Mother's Day gathering. Right after Mother's Day, y'all. Hundreds of heavily armed police officers surrounded a row house in a black neighborhood in West Philadelphia. After firing thousands of rounds of ammunition and canisters of noxious tear gas into the home, they flew a helicopter over the roof and dropped a package of military-grade explosives. What followed was unimaginable. Can you all hear this? Y'all, I'm going to get off in a minute because I know I'm going to get pissed off because don't nobody really realize what all kind of stuff we went through. This event, which Philadelphia's mayor later said began with the intention of serving warrants. These people only were supposed to get a piece of paper. And they lost their very life, y'all. Don't you know that could happen to any one of us right now because of the fact that we are into this system and we don't know how to get out? But there's a way. There is a way. Left around 2 city blocks of a formerly vibrant neighborhood in ashes, and more than 60 mostly working and middle-class families homeless. That would have been bad enough. But what made this a trauma from which the city could not heal was that the bodies of the 6 black men and women and 5 black children lay under the smothering embers. See, I know I was going to get mad. Of the row houses. See, they burned up all these people, y'all. 11 human beings whom police had known were inside when they had dropped the incendiary devices. Worse, no one was ever held meaningfully accountable. See, they lied for these many deaths. So in April, when news outlets revealed that human remains from that event had been kept at the oh my goodness, y'all. Oh my goodness, y'all. Y'all seeing it for yourself, I hope. This is crazy. That the human remains from that event had been kept at a museum of archaeological and anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania and even used as a case study for, let me calm down, for an outline class at Princeton University. Oh my goodness, y'all, that is gross. That is unbelievable. I mean, the nerve of these people. See, that's what they've been doing. They've been taking our life, taking us, testing us, draining our blood, getting our organs. Bill Gates owned the human waste companies in all the states, y'all. Do you know that? He owned all of the waste centers. When they cut your leg out, take it, whatever, yeah, all that go to him. All that go to him. See. So what we looking like, y'all? What we looking like? A bunch of something for them to be experiment on. I can't. The outpouring of disbelief and outrage from across the country. See, I just found this out. Talking about across the country was immediate and fierce. Indeed, the idea that the museum was holding the bones of a Black Philadelphian who was alive as recently as 1985, in the same way that it has held the skulls of the enslaved people procured by grave robbers, was beyond comprehension. Y'all better wake up in here. Shit, because that's a serious stuff I just read. That paragraph I just read right there. They got these children and these people skulls in the University of Pennsylvania, playing with them. Just like they some skulls they done got out the grave when they was digging robbing graves. It's bad, y'all. It's bad. But anyway, I'm gonna leave that right there because I don't even want to read no more. That right there just was too much for me right there. Where I'm at? I'm 4 hours. I'm going on 5 hours up in here. Y'all, I'm finna play some music. I'm finna play a little music. Let's see where we at. Shat probably went to sleep on me. He ain't said a word. Okay, same thing they did at the jail, the first execution in lines. Okay. Yeah, y'all, how y'all like that? Y'all is all right with that? Huh? Was it all right, y'all? Hey, y'all, appreciate y'all being up in here. Before y'all still up in here with me, hey, shouting y'all out or not. Who else up in here? Sharon Gone, Chief might be still in here. Ephraim might be still in here. Hey, y'all, appreciate y'all. Y'all, we're going to get up out of here. Appreciate y'all. I hope y'all got something from this. Thank you for coming. Oh, sister, you still in with me? We're going to do it. They did, sis. Thank you for still being in here. I didn't see you. Shout out to my sister. That is Pastor Mama. Did good, love. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate the encouragement. Have a good night. Great continuation, y'all. I found a little music just to play out, y'all, you know. Good night, y'all. Love y'all. Good to you.